Welcome, friends of the channel. I am your Game Master Marathustra, and as always, it is my pleasure to welcome you back to this evening's adventures with The Dice Never Lie. Today we are playing the 5th edition of Dungeons & Dragons. Set in the Tola City by the Spire, our Twin Star Marauders are the adventurers this evening, who join us from a Westmarch-style campaign. You guys effectively have just fought off like these two other rats and their like rat steeds. One of them was firing a gun at you. So what kind of thoughts do you guys have like in this moment of adrenaline kind of starting to come back to normality? You've got, I think the door at this point would be open to the west, so you can see that room, kind of like filled with like scrawling signs of these like circular patterns of like runes. It's filled with more kind of arrow slits than other rooms here. You're in kind of a room that I already told you was essentially like a bit of a divination room. But these things are like currently like around where there's like a kind of candle and like cushioned like ritual position. Little bit less bones and like refuse in this area than the area to your right, but all three of these rooms you kind of have this like rat infested feel of there's feces, bones, flesh, all kinds of just horrible, nasty things around you.
I don't know about you boys, but that was the first time I seen one of those things fired. And goddamn, and Jinx obviously got shot. So referencing the pistol.
Yeah, first time for me as well, and glad it missed me.
I wonder if the ammunition is compatible. Malchin, you're the only one without one of these things. I think it makes sense. You take it, unless somebody's going to be dual wielding pistols.
I'm sure I can take it. Won't say no to that.
Dalton, you ever secure any ammo for yours?
I did, but perhaps. Well, unfortunately, I didn't bring mine with me today. Still trying to learn how to use it. But imagine this one, and he'll gesture to the rat thing that was carrying the pistol. Maybe might have been something important. Carrying it. We should probably search him. Maybe he's got some I don't know, some sort of information or something useful, something else useful on him. But agree, Melchin, you should take it for now if you think you can get some use out of it.
Check and see if that thing's loaded. I'll see if he's got any extras on him or anything valuable.
So two of you could roll perception or investigations here.
Melchin, you want to do it or do you want me to do it? I imagine Jinx will be one of them.
I mean, if I'm taking the gun, I could as well look him over. So
Yeah, that makes sense.
Dalton, will you roll a intelligence for me?
So mine is 19 for investigation.
And
yeah,
that'll be Go ahead. Sorry.
yeah. Sorry, I was gonna say I rolled a 2, so I got a 10 total in perception.
And my intelligence is a flat 12.
Gotcha. So Dalton can definitely recall for you guys, it is illegal to own a gun, to have a gun on you without proper paperwork. So that is one thing to keep in mind. I'm not sure, Jinx, if you've actually gone through getting the paperwork. but it is one thing to consider about handing Malchin the gun is effectively, I know Dalton, you paid to get the paperwork for yourself. Again, I don't remember if we did it with Jinx. But like Malchin could carry the pistol. It could be his pistol, but when you're walking around the city, there's certainly a plausible reason for Dalton to carry that pistol. Um, with those two searches from Jinx and Malchin, I will also bring up that both of those rats had pistols. So you guys can pick up two more of the dragon pistols here. And then let me have Malchin roll a d4 and Jinx roll 2d4.
Yeah, and Dalton will like suggest to Malchin, just remind me when we get out of this place. Might just want to let me hold on to that for safekeeping till we're back. Get you legal.
Oh yeah, sure, definitely.
So you guys can scrounge 8, like they're effectively little like powder packs where it's like you tear off the little corner of a piece of like paper to like pour the powder in, pack it down, got a little shot, put the shot in, ram that down, bam, you're all like set to go. But you basically have 8. I should actually say 8 plus 1 because the one rat got killed without actually ever firing its gun. So we'll say 8 plus 1. One of the pistols is already loaded, but the other one was effectively fired before the rat died.
Are these like double barrel, single shot per barrel, or are these like revolvers?
Oh, everything is very much like blunderbuss level of these are not rifled barrels. They are not multi-shot weapons. They are single shots.
So is it
Oh,
This is like pirates level of like if you want to fire twice, you're carrying 2 pistols. If you want to fire 4 times, you've got 4 pistols on you.
what's the so what's like the assuming we're not proficient with these, what would be like is the reload time like is it something you can like essentially reload and fire it around? Is it an extra round or some
It's
number of extra
pretty
rounds?
much just like a crossbow, where there's technically the reload where you can't fire one um in a round, but like a free action can reload these. So if you've got 2 on you, you could fire 1, 2, and then reload and fire a second or fire a third on your second turn. But like you couldn't 1, 2, reload 1, 2 each turn. You're limited effectively to reloading 1 pistol a turn.
Gotcha, makes sense.
And that again is not going to be proficiency based. The proficiency of it is purely just going to be to cover like your shots to hit. The reload on these is one of those things where it's always going to be part of the weapon. Um, I imagine there could be a possible reason to create a feat that gives you access to like an easier ability to reload. But I would in general say there is no plans on that because these are ancient weapons rather than like something new. They're not, they're old high technology.
Yeah, I imagine if somebody like trained with them for a sufficiently long amount of time, maybe they could learn that eventually. But it's yeah,
Yeah, I'd never want to say there's no possibility for something. But as far as I'm concerned, I can't see the foreseeable future where somebody became a gunslinger and I was letting them reload twice per round.
and is there any reason to distinguish the difference between where we found these, or are they all essentially the same?
On some level, I would say distinguish that it's a pistol from the Pythoness House. And most of why I say that is because when you guys find stuff, there's always the chance that things are cursed. kind of the same reason I want you to kind of keep track of like where a potion's from, because eventually you might chug a potion that's not a potion, or at least not the potion that you think it is when you chug it. But usually after using something or um like attuning to things, identifying things, you can often kind of figure out that you don't need to record it anymore.
So I got the gun license. I do have that on my thing and everything. But I didn't actually ever add like the pistol. So do I just add a regular dragon pistol? Is that what it is?
Yeah, I think the dragon pistol is just a D10 damage. I think that's what they are.
Okay, cool. I mean, I wasn't really that concerned with it because we didn't have any, or I didn't have any ammunition, so um, I can sort that out later.
Should we check this other room? Those runes give me the creeps a bit, but and he'll gesture to the left there. I think that's, and those things came out of that room, right? I think they came kind of barreling out.
Yeah, I think Jinx was trying to peep in there and see, maybe you guys could hear something in there. But like when you kind of like went to go in there, they like barreled through the door.
Oh, and how is everyone looking actually after this fight? Dead, bloodied, not a scratch.
Oh, Dalton is bloodied. Um, he has a little bit of healing that he can offer if anybody else is also looking rough.
Uh, yeah, I mean, Valshan is mortally wounded, but he's gonna heal himself. Just thinking like if anyone else wanted healing, he can heal someone else as well.
I'm bloody, but I'm okay. I still have like a couple little tricks up my sleeve, so.
Dalton won't refuse a bit of healing if you're offering Malchin.
All right, then he'll come up and heal you. So you get an extra 8 hit points. Let's see what I get. I get 6.
And that will take him out of the bloodied position condition, so he's looking much better, and he'll thank Melchin for the aid.
Yeah, no problem. And Malshan will be out of the mortally wounded into the bloodied.
So if you'd like, Melchin, I can return the favor.
I mean, I won't say no to it, but let's make sure you have enough that we can keep some for emergencies as well.
I think I can spare one, and Dalton will go ahead and kind of just like claps Melchin on the shoulder, and you can get another 7 back.
And with that, he will be out of the bloodied condition. That's nice.
So as you kind of like move towards that room and take this moment to start to heal one another, Malchin, when you go to cast a spell to heal Dalton, you actually like look towards Dalton and you're like looking through that room and you see like a swirl of red kind of encircle Dalton. And you see like coming up behind him in shadow, this massive figure starts to loom over top of him, standing almost to the 8 foot tall ceilings of this room. And you can start to make out like it has massive horns that stick out side to side. raises its hand, and it's holding Dalton's head in its hand, and you can see like blood dripping from Dalton's head. You're looking at Dalton, and then this figure disappears.
Yeah, then when I was healing Dalton, you could have seen like Marshall's eyes were just like wide as saucers by that point. So, ah, like ready to say something to Dalton, and as it disappears, he's like, ah, oh yeah, this house, we gotta get out of here.
Yeah, and I feel like if Dalton saw Malchin's eyes go wide, he would have just like instinctively like spun and maybe like stabbed out at nothing with his rapier. And then probably seeing nothing, assuming he didn't see what Malchin saw, or it was already gone. He would have. Well, we know we see strange things, but he kind of sheepishly turned back and.
Does
Hate.
anybody speak Abyssal or Draconic? I think I
Dalton
have you
does not.
guys are Dwarvish, Elvish, and Halfling between the three of you.
I speak Dracommon.
Yeah, I don't even include Common.
I'm just kidding. I said Dracommon. Like I was joking.
So as you guys like move more towards this room and start to look around, you again see that there's a lot more arrow slits than most of the other areas have had. You can see that there's another spiral stair that's like almost outside of the keep and kind of like going upward from here. And that spiral stair is like on the northwestern corner. But this room is just covered in different writings. You can make out that it's basically three different languages. For what it's worth, knowing Dwarvish, you guys can make out that the Dwarvish runes are used. And it's close to kind of picking up that that's Draconic. I don't think you guys need to know. I don't think anything changes by you knowing that there's draconic speech here, but there is writing that you can't really tell what it means in these like spirals. There's another language that you can't quite make out the script of in the least bit, and then you can also see some of these spirals in this room are written in common. And the common ones say, "Hail to the rat god," over and over and over again.
I think that's what the other ones say, and Dalton will kind of looking to the dwarvish and the something else. Is there any? Obviously, we can't recognize the third script, but do they seem to be written like in terms of I don't know, like how neat the script is? Do they seem to be roughly the same? Does some seem to be more kind of like calligraphic? I don't know if that's a word, but like kind of more ornately written than others. From obviously we can't tell like what the script looks like, at least the second one, but
Do you have like calligraphy or any reason to like be a writing expert of sorts?
he is a forger, so he doesn't have like proficiency with the
Gotcha.
calligraphy kit, but from to some extent, I feel like that would give
I
you some.
feel like maybe do a wisdom with proficiency then.
Sure.
And I guess because you're a barb and I'm giving you. Oh, well, yeah, yeah. With proficiency makes it so you don't get the half proficiency. But yeah, just do a wisdom with proficiency. I feel like that's
Okay.
something like almost insight. Do you have insight? Because you might have
I
expertise.
I do have insight, but I have a +0, so it would just be plus my proficiency bonus anyway. So it would be a
Gotcha.
15.
Gotcha. 15. I would say you can't quite pick out whether there's different scripts, as in like multiple people were writing these, or if there's different scripts because somebody's losing their mind over the time that they wrote them. But I would say there is a certain level where you can pick out some of the writing is neater than other writing. But you're basically going to kind of like come to the conclusion that there's like each spiral is pretty uniform in that it seems like somebody like starts writing until they get to the center of the spiral and they run out of space. And it's hard to tell whether somebody's like losing their mind across this entire room or whether there were 10 people in this room and they all wrote them at the exact same time over 5 minutes. You know what I mean?
Yep, gotcha. And Dalton will share that with the others, kind of what limited amount he can glean.
I mean, I'm not surprised to tell you the truth. I imagine if we spend much more time in here, we'll probably be insane, writing all kind of stuff on the walls.
You think? I think it could be that rat god or some servant of his that's been creeping us out with those that disembodied voice.
I mean, I don't know if it's the actual god or just a servant of him, but it's obviously powerful, whatever it is, and clearly it's rat related. I mean, this place is disgusting.
And can we tell what the writing is? It written in ink, or can we tell? I guess I'm mostly thinking like, is it like written in like blood or something like weird like that? Well, not weird for this house, but
Yeah, I feel like at least some of it you can recognize is indeed written in blood. I would think that it makes more sense for it to be one of those things where you can see signs of like this one's written in blood, this one seems to have been like scratched into the stone, this one seems to be have written with like an actual like pen and ink. And like some of the quality is kind of like lost in those three different like ways of writing them as well. But yeah, I think you could probably pick up that, at least some of them, it's like somebody dipping their finger into fresh blood and marking off the runes by hand. Malchin, when you step up to the south end there, are you like looking out of that arrow slit and kind of looking over the garden parapet below you?
Yeah, I mean, I would be looking out, I think.
As you kind of look out of that arrow slit, you see that there's a young woman who's kind of like standing on the southeastern side, and she's just kind of like looking towards the gate. And this is one of the few times you like are looking at her. She's not disappearing. What are you thinking?
I mean, if she's not disappearing, I would probably, yeah, with everything else going on in here, he's gonna call out, "Hello?"
She seems to turn and look towards you, but she doesn't say anything in response.
Let's look at. Do I see like anything off with her? I guess like any wounds, any like, distressed.
Roll an insight.
That's a dirty 20.
As she turns to look towards you, you notice that she's not quite looking at you. She turns more to look towards the stairs that you can see kind of like southeast of that arrow slot. And the stairs basically lead from the flight above where you guys are, and they lead down onto that little section. And as she kind of like looks up to that area, you see someone coming towards her, and it seems to be a man who's clad in armor, and he almost like rushes towards her, and as he disappears from sight because he's a ghost, you see her stumble back, and she falls off the edge and out of view.
Nelson, you see someone? An actual someone?
I thought I did. I think she fell off the roof. And I'm gonna try to listen. Do I like hear the sound of her like hitting the ground or anything? I mean, I know it's far
You
away, but if it's straight.
you heard nothing from outside. When you called to her, she turned around. When you saw the figure like charging towards her, there was no sound to be heard there. Once she falls, yeah, I guess really you kind of don't really have any sense perception to tell you whether this was entirely an apparition from the house or if this is something other and you saw somebody actually fall. But it did look like effectively Tawnell like charged her and she fell off that parapet.
Yeah, I'm gonna say that to them. Yeah, it looked like Tornado charged at her and well, she fell. I'm not sure if she was real or not sure about anything in this house anymore, but she looked more real than the others.
I mean, it couldn't have been real, right? Didn't we release him?
We tried. I don't know. Right, I don't know exactly how that works. Malcolm, was she like clad in red like some of those other figures we've seen, or what did she look like?
Like many of the other figures that you've seen in this place, she was dressed very scantily, awfully revealing clothing. Very like fine flowing, like silken kind of like robes. Um, Not as one of the cultists.
Yeah, say that to Dalton.
I wonder. And Dalton will kind of again, like he'll mention, didn't Tonnell say something about he did something to some poor woman? Do you think that could have been the woman he was talking about? Knew I should have asked him.
I think that could have been like an echo or something. What happened?
Perhaps it makes as much sense as anything else, I suppose.
I don't think we should just suddenly stop believing what we see in this place. Been doing pretty well being skeptical, so I think I'm gonna stick to that. It's not that I don't believe you, Malchin, but I sort of don't want to.
Yeah, no, I get it. Maybe we should just move on. See what's upstairs instead.
The part that Malchin just saw where she fell, was that like in the bottom left-hand corner of the map when we're looking at it?
Yeah. Not necessarily this figure, but let me put her there. And then again, I don't think I actually made a figure for Tawnell to where I can drop him. Um, but we'll say like he saw like Tawnell kind of like charging towards her like that, and she fell off the edge.
Definitely seems like there's some sort of like focus of energy or evil or whatever with that area over there. I said there was a book there. We don't find a key. Maybe it's because we've already passed it.
Perhaps a page from the book. I don't think the whole thing would fit through that slot, but
I
if we
mean,
don't.
what could be more chaotic than reading from some cursed book that we found in a haunted castle? Chaos is the key. Maybe we don't need to put something in that slot. Maybe something comes out of it. I don't know. I don't know. Just spitballing.
I'd say if we don't find anything else, it's worth a shot. These stairs to these stairs to the north west of us. Do they lead up? I assume.
Yep, that's a stone staircase upward.
So Dalton will glance back towards Jinx and Malchin, and we keep going up, I guess.
Sure, it makes as much sense as anything.
So Dalton will start trying to move up the stairs. Again, kind of half expecting to meet some resistance, given kind of what we've experienced with the ladders and such. It's almost like leaning forward, like expecting to be moving into like a strong wind kind of thing.
As I'm sort of like taking up the rear here, can I do a perception check around this like room and see if anything like jumps out at me? Obviously, we noticed like the stuff you pointed out.
Quick glance over it. You're not going to spot anything else. If you want to take any time, like really looking over stuff, it's going to prevent you from following them. It's not just a quick look. Like I'll leave the quick look to your passive, and you don't have anything to spot here. So if you want to separate from them and take some time to look it over, that's fine. Or if you want to have them wait around while you guys spend a little bit more time looking, that's something else as well.
No, if just a like initial passive doesn't like make me think I need to like investigate something, I'm good with that. I just didn't want it to be like the one room we didn't search.
So I think overall you guys have a total of like it's like a +3 on stealth. Nobody has. Oh wait, two of you have stealth. As what's your stealth modifier, Dalton?
Mine is +6.
And then Jinx, what's yours?
Oh yeah, same thing, +6.
And then Malchin, what's yours? Maybe you guys have like a plus. What is that? 17. Much
I
better.
have a +4 on mine.
So 16. All right. Alrighty. So as you climb, you were going to kind of like come into a smaller room, about like 20 or so feet by about 15 feet. You can see more of this like moth-eaten fabrics, grimy, rotten, like uh I want to say dew, but it's like the water that makes things like mold, like moldy silks and things. You're kind of like walking up into a finer room. There's a larger bed than some of the other beds that you've seen. There's a large like drape that kind of crosses over half of the room in the long way, so it like crosses the like 20 foot of the room north to south. A couple of like dressers and cabinets. Um, Big carpet on it. Yeah, two chests of drawers. A nice or finer room kind of set up in front of you. And I think there's a big old mirror that seems to be intact. Um, but yeah, kind of like walking up into it, you guys are pretty quiet. There's definitely kind of like a echo of your footsteps for each step you take along these stairs. You don't feel terribly confident in how quiet each movement kind of is, but you guys yourselves are being quiet. And as you kind of do get a sight on this room ahead of you, there doesn't appear to be anything kind of reacting to the noise that you are making. But effectively, you guys are walking into. So right now, with everybody on the stairs, like Jinx would be on the third level still. Mouchin is kind of like between the levels, and Dalton is at the top of the stairs. Basically, how that kind of sits. Um, but I think that's pretty solid. Kind of what you're viewing here. No windows, no doors. There's just kind of the curtains. Wonder if I should even say that's blocked off, but I'm gonna say that the mold is kind of thick enough on like the silken curtains that you do feel kind of like blocked off of you.
Yeah, so Dalton kind of probably reaching the top first will look down towards Malshin and he'll try to whisper, fairly quietly. And, seems to be empty. Before he will uh, move into the room and try to give them room to come up as well.
My bad. That is meant to be a bathtub and not a mirror.
So, okay, so the bathtub instead of a mirror. Gotcha. So I think Dalton will kind of he won't want to he'll want to wait for everyone to get up before he kind of moves you know too far into the room, but he'll maybe like glance back towards Malchin and Jinx and start moving towards the far chest of drawers and kind of nod towards one of the others to maybe check the other.
Gotcha. So theoretically, you and Malchin are the first in the rooms. If the two of you want to roll as you check the chest of drawers.
And is that perception?
Perception if you're just looking at it. I want investigation if you're gonna actually like open drawers and like rifle through stuff.
Okay, Dalton will go ahead and open, so his will be investigation.
Yeah, same with
I mean, you
Marsh.
could do a perception if you just want to open the drawer and then you're not going to disturb anything inside of it. But in the long run, theoretically, if you're opening drawers, you're going to be looking through them.
Yeah, if
Nobody like
there's anything.
nobody hides valuables like right on top of their socks. They put socks on top of their valuables.
Yeah, if there's anything inside, he'll paw through them. So Dalton will be a 10 investigation.
And
And
Malchin did the
Malsham,
19.
yeah, and that's the total roll.
Gotcha. So looking through these, you guys find a lot of, again, it's ruined clothing. Everything in this place, it's been like taken by mold. And there's a lot of silks, a lot of revealing, beautiful clothing, gold lined pieces, like very much like a belly dancer's kind of wardrobe slash a prostitute. Lot of really nice stuff that's completely ruined. But you guys do also find inside of those drawers, there is a emerald studded ring and then a pair of emerald studded earrings. Um, both of those made out of gold, but the emerald studded ring is worth, you can just write down Pythoness emerald studded ring, 120 gold, and then Pythoness emerald studded earrings, 50 gold. But the earrings would be 25 apiece. But other than that, everything else is just like the clothing and it's all ruined with time.
Well, if we ever get out of here, at least we'll have a nice little haul, I suppose. And Dalton will go to pocket the ring.
So as you guys finish searching through this room, who's gonna kind of Jinx? Are you moving towards opening the curtains and kind of moving into the next portion?
Oh yeah, so that's like basically just another one of those wall of curtains type deals.
Yep.
Okay, well I still got light going on, so I'll go ahead and just kind of like use my staff to kind of like part the curtains, see what's back there.
Gotcha. As you kind of like reach through with your staff, you're going to see um kind of like a couple of like a writing desk and like another kind of like bureau on the other side. And as you kind of like look again as you're like parting this, you're going to actually see as there's a woman like sitting at the writing desk and she almost like stands up in a fright, and instead of like looking towards you as she's frightened, she looks towards the door that is on the eastern side of this room. And then as she kind of almost reacts to it, you see as she like grabs a knife from the drawer and slits her throat.
Would I recognize that woman as like the one we saw in the hall or the one that Malchin described?
I don't think so. I know it's not the one that Malchin just saw on the parapet. I'm trying to think what woman you saw in the hall, but I don't think I would have described this one.
It was that heavily armored dude like dragging her.
I mean, so many of these hallucinations I am 100% making up on the spot. Um, I don't know who the heavily armored dude was dragging her either. I'm sorry.
Okay, no worries. I mean, I assume that means that's a no. We don't recognize her. So I'm just trying to figure if this is like the same person that we're seeing over and over getting like murdered or this weird stuff happening, or if it's just completely random.
A lot of them are the different prostitutes in this place. There are three meta level, three more prominent women in this place. But I don't believe I've described this one yet.
Okay, gotcha. And after I like see this happen, like, does the body like actually fall to the floor, or is it like gone and it was clearly another hallucination?
Yeah, my bad. Clearly another hallucination. Once she slits her throat, she would like collapse, but nothing would be on the floor.
So yeah, I would just let them know what I just saw.
Just going straight to the door. Are you going to open the door?
Well, are the desks like all like rotted out and like beaten up? Do they still look like they have stuff on them?
At least these are within 5 years old. I don't think the wood in these places is garbage. I have no reason to say that these desks are anything less than fully intact.
All right. Well, I'll just sort of like investigate. I guess like the one that I'm like kind of by the door.
Gotcha. Just looking through like it's I guess really like another chest of drawers or like a bureau.
Yeah, looking for like any important like notes, books, clearly a key, anything valuable.
I mean, notes and books would potentially be on a writing desk, not necessarily in like a clothing like storage place.
It's 10 total.
Gotcha. Looking through, it's just more kind of like rotted clothing. It's like dresses that have been hung up so they're not folded, but everything's just kind of like succumbed to time.
And I guess after Jinx explains what he saw, Dalton will move to um, towards the writing desk. And is there anything on top of it? In like immediate view, and if not, then he'll go to check to see if there's any like drawers.
I don't think there's any reason that anything is on top of the writing desk. But it does have a few drawers, and like the top of it kind of opens up almost like a child's kind of desk, like at a school.
Yeah, so Dalton will, thinking that given like the state of some of this other stuff, he's going to try to gingerly open the drawer, thinking if there is like papers or anything inside, they might be in bad shape. So he do his best to try to avoid damaging them if he can, but try to open the drawers.
Gotcha. Um, Yeah, roll another investigation.
Ooh, that's just the 5.
Gotcha. So yeah, with a 5, you're going to spot that there are indeed 2 different books inside of the desk. Looking through them, one seems to be a book about financials. As a local of Tolis, you can very quickly pick up some of the more prominent names who apparently have visited the brothel, basically between a time span of 5 years ago and 3 years ago. So you can basically see kind of like through those dates that this person was keeping track of everybody who came through the brothel, and you can basically see when it shut down or when it was raided by the Knights of the Pale. The other one is an actual journal from the person's perspective, and you can basically pretty quickly pick up that this woman was named Macwint, and the other woman who was most prominent in the brothel was named Radana. And I don't really have a best place to put these, so I'm gonna drop them in Discord. So I edited the journal so it shows our months, and our years. So it seems man, it said upload fail. I wonder if I make them a JPEG. My bad. You guys want to take a quick break? I have to convert 4 of these images into JPEGs to try to drop them in Discord.
Yeah, no problem. I know Discord uploads are a little wonky, so
Yeah.
yeah, Alta might take a couple minutes while you're working on that. I'll be back.
Yeah, take your time. It's the culmination of multiple sessions, so we gotta have the pamphlet.
I'm back.
I've had no luck. I don't understand. I've tried shrinking them, making them JPEGs, making them PDFs. Can't drop anything. I don't understand how I can drop the picture of the dice for that, but I can't drop. They're not even big.
Whenever I'm having weird issues like that, I'll do like a screenshot of what I'm trying to do and then just post up the screenshot, if that works.
Ooh, that's a good idea.
You lose like a lot of the resolution, but it at least gets the job done.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yep. So that's the first one. And again, these aren't necessarily in order. It's basically says like it describes them as these are the pertinent journal entries as you kind of like skim through the journal itself. Um, all right, so yeah, those 4 images are basically like what comprises the journal. And again, there's a certain level of like the first book that you found, it's from 3 to 5 years ago, but there's like the potential of kind of like blackmailing some people in the city with that information if you wanted to. But it's definitely also a question of like how effective is it. But that's a potential thing that we can do in the future if you guys are interested in that. But the real find is effectively um, kind of an inside information of what was happening over the last 3 years inside of this place from this position of Macwint.
Yeah, I was going to ask actually. Like, I assume prostitution is legal in Tolis, but maybe, um, I guess what Dalton would
It's
be
one of
thinking.
those things where there are legal avenues versus like this place was technically speaking illegal. It was technically speaking like an underground brothel. Um, but it's definitely one of the things where it does have legal standing. Um, and then part of how I add my own world building onto it is I actually have a specific society of changelings who are effectively the prostitutes. Um, and part of that is that they're their own gang. They don't have pimps. They are a massive organized crime league in their own right because nobody knows what any of them look like.
Gotcha, gotcha. Yeah, so I think Dalton thinking maybe this will, maybe we can figure out some use for this later. He'll pocket or they'll, he'll take the ledger, but yeah, his most of his focus, and I assume most of Jinx and Malcolm's focus would be on the journal.
So with you guys
I'm
having
almost
that
done.
for a moment, I'm gonna actually step away and use the restroom. But you guys definitely like skim over that, read it. It shouldn't take you too much long, but it should give you something that you guys can talk about. And also imagine that there's creepy, ghostly things that you guys see in the meantime as well.
So one of them is in the tower, and the other one is in the secret door.
Seems like it. And seems like the key to the square tower is in the rooftop garden. At least if Tabitha wasn't lying.
At least, yeah. Now we know the what we need to get that for that statue.
So what is it? The two halves open the statue, and the other one is for.
Yeah, that's how I read it. That spiral contrivance. Um, there's two halves of that, and we need essentially, I guess, both halves to maybe, and then put together would be the key to getting through the statue, and then what Tabitha did the key to the tower that it's in, maybe, or lost it, I should say.
It says the square tower. The key for the square tower is in the garden, or she was in the garden when she lost it.
Yeah, there seems to be a goat-headed demon living in the high tower, which doesn't bode well.
And then whatever this cobbled man is, that sounds creepy. And then the spirals in the journal made me think that maybe it was Macquint who made those spirals in the room we just came from downstairs.
Could be.
They seem to get more and more common as it goes longer. Like there's none on the first entry, and then there's one, and then there's like a whole bunch. But if
Do we know which room was Tabitha's?
Unless there was a name plaque somewhere, I don't think we do.
I don't believe you would have any reason to know where Tabitha resided.
But I have to. Or Dalton is assuming that this is. Sorry, Malquint.
Mequint.
Malquint. He's assuming this might be her room, given this is where he found her journal. So maybe one half is of the spiral that she kept is in here, unless someone got it from her.
And do we know exactly? Is the rooftop garden like the place where we could see the stairs, but there's not really an entrance, or do we still not really know that?
You saw the entrance. You guys are approaching it, but you saw it from when you were on top of the towers before, because there's the opening over here, on this level that you're at. So you come out on the 5th level, and then like on the tower that's basically just to the south of where you're at, and then you walk down those stairs to the rooftop garden.
And when
Okay, I got
Jinx, and when Jinx was doing his survey when he went up on that walkway, did he see a square tower? This is more me, the player,
That's
not
one of the
remembering.
ones I'm not entirely sure. I think, yeah, I think he would know that the square tower is in the northeastern section. Um, and I think he would know that it's on the 7th, if not 6th level. And you guys are currently now on the 4th.
Well, if Macwood had one half of whatever this spiral contrivance is, that will suggest we essentially take some time and try to. Well, I guess there is that a door to Jinx's right.
It is indeed, yep.
But yeah, essentially, Dalton will suggest we kind of tear this area apart in case it's here somewhere. Maybe I guess see what's on the other side of that door first, but.
And that's to look for the key.
Well, I think the journal said that Macquint had kept one half of the spiral.
And Radana had the other.
Yeah, so assuming if Macquint had it, she hid it somewhere in her kind of
She
her.
says in the journal where she hid it. In the 3rd journal, December 14th, 2019. I've befriended the cobbled man, and I've
Missed that.
hid my part in his tower.
I missed that. Thank you. Okay, so scratch that suggestion then.
So if we found one master bedroom, not being meta or anything, we might be on track to find more master bedrooms. So I think keep going, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it stands to reason. I would think that if Macquint had her own room and if Radana was important, she probably has her own as well. And I think if
We're
we want,
looking for like the trap door, basically, like in her room.
yeah, and presumably we have to keep going to get access to the higher levels. I would think.
So the spiral stair that you took to get here terminates at this level. It just goes from 3 to 4.
Okay, yeah, I was about to. Yeah, I was actually about to ask, like, if it continues up, but yeah, I think right now we don't really have much choice but to keep going.
Is Malchin back?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, cool, cool.
Did Chris ever leave?
Right. I wasn't sure if we just sort of like called it back on or if we were like ready to go. But yeah, whenever we're ready, I'll check that door, see if it's like locked, barricaded, etc.
Yeah, I don't see any reason for that door to be locked. As you open it, there's kind of a rotted, like purple red rug that leads north to south in this hallway. There's another stone door in the same fashion. Actually, wait, I feel like the construction up here is like wooden walls on top of stone floors. There's another like thick wooden door in the same fashion on the opposite side of this hall from you, and it's about a 10-foot wide hall. And then there's a rotted like blue tapestry that hangs on the south side of you, maybe about 10 or so feet away, but it basically makes this hallway about like 10 by 15 foot as far as you can see. And again, from your recollection, you're expecting roughly halfway across this keep is where you saw the central tower that leads out onto it. So I'm going to reveal that whole section as if you knew what was on the opposite side of the tapestry. Um, Actually, I should have just hidden it because were there something dangerous on the other side, you could encounter it. Um, Maybe I'll just say that this tapestry is more worn down that you can see out and into like the daylight outside. And down below you then would be where that balcony had fallen off. Um, but again, there's no like windows on this level. The only view out is from the base basically of the central tower that looks out over the parapet and then can walk down to the garden.
So yeah, I don't really have any like inclination as to which room would be like whose or whatever. So I'm thinking probably just go for the next room.
Gotcha. Just moving straight across the hall, opening up the door and walking in.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I'm being like a little bit like apprehensive here, obviously, but yeah.
Gotcha. So as you like walk across the hall, Jinx, you're like just kind of like walking to just kind of like slowly and cautiously. You're like something's gonna jump out and scare me at any moment here, and you're just kind of like waiting for it to happen. I assume that's kind of like your apprehension there. And you just kind of like go to reach for the door and, like just like a normal doorknob here. And you're like reaching across for it. And there's just a large black looming shadow that like grows out of the south and starts to cover you. And you see as like there's like a sprawling line across everything that like covers your hand, and then you can feel the sun isn't like on your body, but your hands like lit again until you kind of like look against the wall and you can see a similar figure to what Malchin described when he saw this figure that had massive horns like growing out of the side of its head. And you just see this incredibly large figure, this horned head looming in the shadow. But as you look down to the south to the blue blinds, there's nothing there. And then you open the doorknob.
Yeah, I'm opening it kind of quickly now. Like, I kind of want to get out of this hallway.
Gotcha. So as you like quickly open this door, you're going to first hit something. Roll a strength check for me.
It's a 4.
Excellent. And then roll initiative for me, Jinx.
It's a natural 1 for a total of 5.
Solid. So I think we can give Dalton inspiration. I think that would inspire all three of you. Does that sound right? Like you already had inspiration, Justin? Or Jinx?
Oh yeah, I'm already inspired, and I think Malchin was too. So sounds right to me.
So as you fling open the door, first off, you're like bumping into one of these figures who's like standing in front of you, and for all intents and purposes, it's just a skeleton. You can see that she's wearing like molded, fine, like silken, like kind of like headdress, and like has one of those like belly dancer like veils that's like made out of like little just like jingly bits, so like the little pieces of metal kind of like ring as she would move. You can see that she's wearing like a similar kind of like fashioned bra that isn't like covering anything, but it's made to make noise as she moves and like as she goes through her flow. And there's just that skeleton standing right in front of the door, and you like bumped it as you like kind of flung the door open. But also within, you see more and less kind of like fleshied women who are in similar states of like rotting skeletons, some that almost seem like the flesh is not rotting away from their skeletons. But you see this room is kind of filled with like 6 of these skeletal figures that are just kind of standing there, and all of them give off those like kind of like dress hues that they were at one point prostitutes. From the other side of the room, though, you're going to hear a female's voice as somebody walks out from behind the green curtain that you can see across the room, and she just says, "We've been expecting you. And I am so delighted to share your flesh." And she's gonna start running towards you. Um, gonna go for. I think one person. Um, all right, yeah, they're gonna like pile into this area. So the first thing that I'm gonna go for is to give um Jinx a chance to do an opportunity attack. Um, do I have to? I don't think I have to. Maybe not. I think we're kind of gonna fill this space up as these figures swarm around you guys. And only the woman who walked from behind the curtain actually looks like a normal human woman. Her flesh seems perfectly normal, perfectly alive. And she just says that she's like can't wait to like share your flesh. But she is going to run across and try to. Oh, that's what it is. She needed to get in. Yeah. So one does break your um area, Justin Jinx, if you want to take an attack of opportunity as it flows into the room that Dalton's inside of.
All right, I will do a vicious mockery on it.
Gotcha. And that's a wisdom 15, correct?
Yeah, that's right.
All right, so it should fail. So it'll take a D4, 2D4.
Yeah, 6 total.
All right, so I'm just gonna go down the list as I wrote them. The first one to attack Dalton is going to be the one at disadvantage here from that, and that's going to be a big ol' whiff. The next one to attack him is just normal, but you can have +3 AC for the door being in the way. And that one's gonna have it's probably gonna be a 21. 21 hits you with +3 AC.
Yep, that will hit.
And so it give myself flanking too. So I guess technically even giving you the bonus it would be +1. So this one's gonna do 6 damage to you as it basically just kind of like not even almost like they're using weapons, they're like stabbing their like phalanges into you. Like the bones themselves are just being used as their actual piercing weapons, piercing into your flesh. And then I'm gonna do one against Malchin. Big ol' miss with a 3. And then this is gonna be the other against Malchin. These are the two to the north of you, Malchin. Um, Big ol' nat 1. And then I'm gonna do um the fleshed one against Malchin as well. Should keep track of my own ones and actually give myself inspiration. She is going to claw at Malchin as she runs out and starts to claw into you with a 17 to hit.
That hits.
Make a constant. Oh, wait, no. Yeah, 17's right. She's got flanking on you. Make a constitution saving throw and don't roll low.
That's an 18.
Good job. She's gonna do 6 slashing damage as she claws into you. And you can just see like as she claws into you, like your flesh is getting torn away, but you can also see that her flesh is not what it looks to be. As she like claws through your skin and like blood starts to soak over hers, you can see that her flesh is almost like rotting away in like real time before you see that her flesh in reality is far more like rotten decay, almost like manifest over bones. And the actual like false image of what she is going to start to drop as she's clawing into you, and you see her flesh is just as rotted as the rest. Um, and then I've got one more at Jinx. And this one's a, I think a 16.
Yeah, I'm only 14.
And it's going to do 4 damage. And then the last one on Jinx is going to miss with a 3. So yeah, that's them kind of swarming around you, like clawing over each other, clawing their way through the doors. If you want to know which one in particular is on you, you guys can let me know. But you know, the less like worst of them, the woman herself, is the one that's directly below Jinx right now. It's up to you guys. You can plan who goes first. You guys can just immediately start with somebody, whoever you would like. But what would you guys like to do as this swarm of skeleton prostitutes swarms around you?
So Dalton's going to shout to Malchin and Jinx, uh, back with me. We can use this choke point, um, meaning the doorway here. And I feel like they've seen him cast this enough times that they might have an idea of what he's thinking, um, of casting. If we can essentially, kind of, most of them are on this other side of the door here, and it's a. I mean, I don't know how strong the walls are, but I don't want to get too meta, but um,
I mean, without like, you can certainly do that. I'm going to throw it out there. Once they're already on top of you, even if you guys try to hold the door, they can still squeeze through. So it might be that you can get like one hit on a bunch of them. But they would also have to break combat this round and, you know, retreat like that too. So it might be a Pyrrhic victory to try to go for that now. But it might still be a good strategy. The damage and how things play out is certainly part of it. But like if I knock both of them down while they're trying to retreat, that may not accomplish anything.
yeah, well, yeah, it would have to be essentially, well, if they can disengage. But yeah,
So
but
you
anyway,
can call that out kind of start of the turn and not necessarily decide if you're going to do anything here and give them a chance to retreat if they want to retreat. Jinx and Malchin, do you guys have thoughts on that idea of retreating behind that doorway and trying to basically hold it for a blade barrier?
and obviously Dalton will do something else if he sees they're not moving back.
So if we would basically just take the disengage action and then move into the room, and then like they would still be able to get an attack on us probably on their turn, but realistically, like they would get hit.
Yeah, if you guys disengage, that's far more effective than just running back there.
Yeah, I think if I like saw Dalton getting ready to like cast this, man, I don't know. Is it realistic though that I would be able to like disengage from like 6 people potentially?
Is it realistic? Not terribly. Is it in the mechanics? Yes. Is it potentially feasible that you're like swinging a sword around you in big circles? Yeah, kind of. But for what it's worth, you can disengage and step behind there.
Yeah, I mean, I was just gonna cast Bane anyway, so if it's not like overly meta, I'm down.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
mean,
I mean, in
sorry.
go ahead, Mason.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I mean, Ashen is also ready to just like disengage and see if Dalton has a plan.
In general, I'm not saying this doesn't feel meta, but this is precisely why I want you guys to have a single turn of initiative instead of playing around with the convoluted initiative. Sometimes it ends up in the monsters swarm around you, but it also allows you guys to plot and plan your turn. So I'd say go for Malchin and Jinx are taking the disengage action. You guys can move yourselves through the room as you would like. You know, Malchin can do it first. Jinx can follow, and you guys can figure out like what you're going for like that. But
Oh yeah. Well, like Dalton said, if he would have like, called out a couple times before, or whatever, and we saw him do like his dagger thing, I think even though I was like a little shocked there, I'd be ready for it and like run back behind him. Are you two both just bloody right now, or what's the deal?
Uh, Dalton is not bloodied anymore after the healing from Malchin, and then
Yeah, and Martian would actually have gotten bloodied as he got hit last turn.
Okay, I got you.
And Dalton seeing Malchin and Jinx kind of recognizing what he's planning and moving back, he's going to cast Cloud of Daggers he's going to cast it at third level, like essentially in the space that he just vacated, so just on this side of the door, hoping with the idea that if they come swarming through, they'll take a hit.
And I think Jinx would say, like, as he's running in, this is a great plan, but it is predicated on them using doors. I hope that's the case.
I hope so too. If not, we're in trouble. Might be in trouble anyway.
I feel like this is our first, like, legitimate encounter with undead other than the vampire, right?
well, you guys have never gone to the necropolis. Tolis has a huge problem with the undead.
This whole time, I thought it was the rats.
The rats are in the sewer, the undead are in the necropolis. That's why it's like a part of the city, but it's also like they're almost at like a constant level of siege against it because at night the dead rise and they can't let them into the city. So I think the main problem that I saw with this plan is that these are creatures with ranged weapons. And I think they can see the daggers just as much as anything else. So I'm not entirely sure if they have any sense just charging in. And that's part of what I wonder about. Um
Sorry, just a quick question. But in terms of the whatever range weapons they have, it's not like something we saw. Like they're not carrying crossbows or something like that. That would be
yeah, it's the
obvious.
same level of, as far as these are concerned, they're like prostitutes attacking you with their own bones. So like their short bows are 100% about to be like them basically pulling out like rib bones and like firing like bones through a bow that they basically took from their flesh. Nothing about it is specifically something that you actually saw.
Okay. So yeah, so Dalton would still do that because he's not expecting that.
So, I just don't know. I'm gonna put it to a die. I think that's the only way to ever go. Hmm. Yeah. So I think the ones outside are gonna kind of like close in around as she kind of like walks forward, and you see as she almost like reaches her hand up to kind of like feel into the magic of the cloud of daggers. And she looks directly into the eye of Dalton, and she's just going to say, "You fool. I've already seen this future, and you're my feast." And you're gonna watch as she steps through. So what is this? I have a dexterity save, or she just takes the damage?
Uh, if she moves into him, she would just take it. It's 11. I rolled a 64 already.
Gotcha. So I guess on that level, if she doesn't get a dodge chance, I'm gonna use her prediction of the future is a chance where I'm gonna try to break your concentration. So I'm gonna do the skeleton that is directly inside is going to attack Dalton. Should hit with a 18 for 6 damage and a con save, please. And then one's gonna shoot a bow at you. And this is just gonna be one with the clearest shot, so I'll give you like +1 AC.
That first one will break his concentration.
Gotcha. And the second one I think is gonna miss you with a 9, so like a 13 to hit you, and then you would have +1 AC. But I think
Uh,
your AC is 16 with +1.
yeah, 13 will miss.
Gotcha. So yeah. So she just kind of like says this, like basically calling forward like a prediction that she's already seen this. And she's going to step through and try to claw into Dalton.
And the the first hit also left him mortally wounded now.
Gotcha. Um, damn. But she is not going to hit you with an 11 there as she tries to claw into you. Um, I think purely because they were already going for it, I'm just going to follow through with the other one shooting arrows. So I'm going to do 2 at Jinx. First one will be +1 AC. The second one will be +2 AC. And I'm going to do the same thing to Malchin. First one at +1 AC. Second one at +2. So first should hit Jinx, and it'll be for 5. And then this one is going to be at the +2 AC. Damn, what did I say? I think +2 AC is what I said. And that'll be a 16. I
Yeah,
think that's
15 on the first one, 16 on the second.
and then it's 5 on the second one for damage. And then on Malchin, this one's just +1 AC. I believe that'll hit with a 22 for 8 damage.
Yeah, that will hit.
And then the second one is going to be the +2 AC, and that one's just an 18.
That will miss. Just barely. Thank God, because I am mortally wounded right now.
But that brings it back to you guys and your next response. As she seems to predict the future and like saw the dropping of the blades, she just like stepped right through it as the others brought down your blade barrier. So what are you thinking?
So Delton's thinking is clearly the leader. When she mentioned something about divination, he's figuring this must be either Radana or Mackwint. But he's gonna kind of like shout to Malchin and Jinx, like maybe if we take her out, maybe that'll because we are outnumbered here and we are not looking. Things are not looking good. And I think he's going to, as part of that, he's going to focus his attack on her. But seeing essentially his magic fade, I think he's just going to fall back to stabbing at her. Doesn't really have anything else that's going to. Fortunately, he doesn't have much magic that's useful here. Um, Unless I don't know if Malchin Jinx, if you had a different thought.
I mean, I'm gonna do hypnotic pattern.
Yeah, I think Basham just follows suit and just unload on the one who stepped into your blades.
I mean, the other option is that I could like heal all three of us, but like, what is that gonna do? Like, use up my best spell probably and buy us one round. I just don't know it would really do anything. I think we need to try to get like ahead of this. You know what I mean?
Yeah, if it's possible to take out a couple of these out, like stun them or whatever. Yeah, I think that's we need to better the numbers if we can.
Yeah, we need some kind of board control because, like, I know you said Malchin's mortally wounded. I'm mortally wounded. You're not looking so hot, so I think we got to go for a board control situation.
Yeah, we're all mortally wounded.
So, is there a way that I can hypnotic pattern only them, or no?
I would say if you guys start off physically attacking the leader that you kind of isolated, physically try to attack her and see if you could free Jinx so he could move around. I feel like that would be a solid start to it. I think the potential question is like, could Jinx basically move over roughly to where Dalton is and like cast hypnotic pattern sort of outside of the hallway? And I think that would be, you know, if you like targeted your spot for hypnotic pattern down there, you could get at least those 5 with none of you seeing it. Or you could do something that's probably easier to get yourself to be able to see, and hypnotic pattern in the hallway, but I think all of you would be susceptible to it. Um the difference is also if you go and each of you take your turn before he hypnotic patterns, you guys can divert your eyesight after you've attacked, and none of you have to take the test because none of you are looking. But anybody who doesn't become susceptible to it also will gain advantage attacking you because your eyesight is diverted. So those are kind of the 3, or maybe it's 4 because there's 2 different options that make a few different of the scenarios ahead of you that I could kind of see with that.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think Dalton will. So yeah, maybe it makes sense for Dalton Malchin to attack. I think Dalton's going to avert his eyes even if it gives the things advantage, because if he gets if he gets affected by the hypnotic pattern, he's dead anyway. So
Yeah, I think Malchin is the only one who actually has a positive wisdom save.
I am going to use my inspiration on the this attack roll here.
Gotcha. I think that's the best order too, because you lead off with you attacking. Malchin immediately has access to. Hopefully, she will be damaged. What is that roll to hit there?
So that'll be a 24 to hit
Solid.
for.
She is a naked woman standing in front of you. She does not have high AC.
Yeah, unfortunately, only for 4 damage.
Excellent. So, Malchin, she is already injured. If you would like to give your attack a go.
Yeah, I will. And as well, I'm gonna put my favorite foe on her as well if I hit. That's the extra 1d4.
Gotcha. That's no action economy, right? Or is that a bonus action?
Yeah, no, it's a special, so I can use it 3
Gotcha.
times before I have the long rest. So that would be 16 to hit.
Solid hit.
Actually, it would be a 20 to hit, I forget. But yeah, and then see, that is 5, 10, 12, 16 damage on that hit.
And that's with all your bonuses, with your like it's a damaged foe, your favorite foe.
Yeah, that's like full. Every damage I have.
But that's just the first attack.
Yeah, that's
Want to
just
do your second attack?
Yeah, let's see. That will be, let's see, 18 to hit for 5
Solid hit.
damage.
Alrighty. So yeah, basically, you guys have Dalton kind of like stabbing her just like right into the gut with just like a piercing attack with his rapier. Malchin slashes across her with his cutlass and just opens up like her shoulder to shoulder. And then the short sword is the last one. Just pierces right through where her heart is. She is going to collapse and die.
Ah, so much for her vision.
Didn't see that coming, did you?
Oh yeah, and Malchin is also gonna avert his eyes, like taking the
Gotcha.
advantage if they don't.
So, Jinx, you
All
have
right,
the
so
choice now.
now that they have fully averted their eyes and you just killed the main chick, is it too late for me to do something different?
I mean, not in particular, no.
I mean, the other option is to just heal us all, but I can do that. I'll do the hypnotic thing. That was like the plan, and we're all taking same turns. So, is there a way that I could just move out now without getting an opportunity attack, just to get a better view? Maybe take a few feet back.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Them killing her frees you, so you're not like in an op attack. I'm not going for there's an op attack from the person who's on the other side of the door from you. Um, But like I was saying, I feel like if you moved to where Dalton is and cast from the same space and then moved out of that space from him, like after you're casting, I feel like if you were to cast from his same space, you could get the 5 in the hallway and none of you. But with them diverting their eyes, you can divert your own eyes if you would like to not have it. But basically, anywhere you could get all 5 of them, you know,
Yeah, yeah.
or all 6.
I'll just cast it. It's a 30-foot cube, So I'll just cast it on like the one with the white mask that's like straight across from me. And
Gotcha.
oh wait, well that would still hit them, wouldn't it?
Well, my point is like if you're not trying to minimize it, like if the space was the one that the cube is on, I mean, give me 1 second. If you chose the one with the white mask, like the cube is like that big.
So could I just do like one space behind that, like further from me, so it doesn't hit the two of them? Is that possible?
Anybody who can see it has to make the test. They're diverting their eyes.
Oh, okay. So them diverting their eyes doesn't just give them like advantage. They just completely don't have to take it. Okay, that's totally cool. I'm good with that.
Correct, yeah. Yeah, what I was saying is if you cast it down in the hall, you could do something that almost is like that, where you like hide it out in the hallway, and none of you are taking the test. But also so same with the skeleton that's like in the room. But yeah, with you guys diverting your eyes, it doesn't matter that it's like all over you guys. I don't think a single one is gonna save that. It's a wisdom 15.
Yeah, it's wisdom 15.
Oh no. She was immune. And they are not. Son of a bitch. Yep. They are all going to stop and stare at the lights. And I think they are paralyzed. They're incapacitated. So you guys can basically clean them up one after another.
Yeah, concentration up to 1 minute. So as long as we can kill one per round, pretty much.
Yeah, I mean, these are normal skeletons. As far as I'm concerned, I don't want to play it out to see if you guys like accidentally hit one and then don't kill it. I'm just gonna say you guys can safely kill these with no risk and no negative attacks on yourselves.
Yeah, and Dalton actually has the same spell. So who had probably maybe, although he's never actually cast it, so maybe he doesn't. But assuming Jinx essentially can explain to Malchin and Dalton how it works, then presumably we'd be smart enough not to do something stupid and break it prematurely.
I feel like when he did it the last time, you guys were able to strategically use it. I just think he hypnotized one
Oh
of
yeah,
you
yeah.
too.
Dalton, I think Dalton got caught in the, or one of us, yeah, one of us got caught in the gaze. Yeah.
I mean, it happens. Anytime I cast a spell for the first time, I automatically have to have something like unintentional happen. Makes it so much more fun.
Well, that specifically is one of those spells that like scales up really well, where like I mean, even that like level 20 thing I'm doing, like I'm gonna have hypnotic pattern because you never know when that spell is just going to be a massive game changer.
It's like the monk's stunning strike, because like mechanically almost nothing is immune to stun. It's like, oh, your big bad rolled bad on their, thing. It's like, okay, that's it.
All right, so assuming we just kind of like grind this out, and then like reevaluate our current life status.
Yeah, as far as things go in that kind of like final round, as you guys are like killing off these skeletons kind of one after another, just like walking down the path, there's gonna be a point where you kind of like are starting to get a little bit too kind of like relaxed with it as you're like going over it just like writ, just kind of one after another. and Dalton, you're just going to kind of like look up as the woman from the ground is going to like reach out, and you feel her grab onto your ankle, and you just feel as your ankle starts to burn for a moment. And as you look down at your ankle and she like lets go again, like kind of like that last gasp of life left her body, and you see these red spirals are burned into your ankle, and then the sensation goes away, and there's no burning feeling. There's nothing on your ankle.
So Dalton is going to he'll kind of flinch as he feels that, and then he's gonna think it was Macquint. Because he's thinking he saw the spirals in the journal and the spirals in the room and then the spirals on him. So that's going to be that'll and he'll say that out loud like it was Macquint once he recovers from the fright and such. Oh, I think you saved us there, Jinx. Well done.
Well, I wouldn't say I saved us, but I'd say we got through for now. I mean, all the patterns in the world weren't going to save us if that thing got a hold of us. We sure she's dead? And what's her like body looking like right now?
She's pretty much the only one that like actually has flesh. It definitely has like a certain rot and a stench to it. But it is not like some of the other ones that there's like chunks of flesh. Hers is almost a full, complete corpse. You can see that like her actual like lips are missing, and they're scarred like kind of all around her teeth. Kind of make of that as you will. But overall, yeah, I'd say she's more body than any of the others. What are you looking for?
So I'll like kind of get down next to her and like without necessarily touching, just kind of look over and I'll say to the guys, one of these things is not like the other. And then I want to see if is it. Can I check to see if she resembles the vampire, like in any way, shape, or form? Or maybe one of you guys should. I can't remember who like searched the body before.
Well, let me do Jinx and whoever else wants to go in on that one. But it can either be like a medicine, or like if you're trying to recall the vampire when you fought it, it could be just intelligence based. Insight if you had that. I could see a nature check.
I
Looks
got
like
natural
Jinx can
one.
re-inspire Dalton.
I feel like Malchin was the one who got like he was the one who's got essentially got like grappled and if I remember correctly by the vampire. So he probably got a closer look than Dalton did. I feel like Dalton was kept fairly a little far away. If I'm thinking of if I'm thinking of the right fight or the same vampire that you're thinking of, Jinx. I'm thinking maybe it makes more sense for Malchin to be the second one.
It's too bad Seraph's not here. He's all about the undead things. I mean, love him or hate him, he's about him.
Oh, it was Davros, not Dalton. Never mind. But Malchin, if you want to be the second one, or I can do it, whichever.
Yeah, I can do it. Let's see. It was
You do like medicine, nature, I guess history. There's a lot of different options. You can kind of flavor it however you want, but you're kind of comparing this thing to a vampire.
yeah. I rolled a 2. For a total of 2. Mage.
Yeah, so you guys tell me. Do you think this reminds you of the vampire? I feel like if you're asking it, the answer is yes.
I mean, it seemed the same, right? The way she moved, all the other undead creatures. I mean, the other one just probably was more powerful, I guess.
Yeah, like maybe a lesser kind.
Did so when like Malchin and Dalton slashed into this one, because I feel like the vampire, like we saw some of like its wounds kind of reclosing, and it seemed to be kind of resistant, but we didn't
I'm
see the
just going to
same
go
thing.
ahead and say after they've rolled, while that is a really good point, after they've rolled, my point is still that you guys think that is a vampire. But she did not regenerate after you guys stabbed her.
Okay, so Dalton, that does not occur to Dalton. But yeah, gotcha.
Yeah. I would say at this point, it's kind of a little bit of meta knowledge. You guys think this is just another one of the vampires, and that's perfectly acceptable.
Yeah, I think Malsham, like thinking it's a vampire, will probably take his short sword and just like try to stab her through where her heart would be. It's like make sure, like, yeah.
Oh, you got the killing blow into her heart. Yeah. That's how I kind of flavored it there.
Oh right, you did. Sorry, I forgot.
You like slashed open her chest and like finished her off with the short sword. Oh shit, I should have had you do like a wound, but you got the kill anyways. But like you did 90% of her health in that attack, and she was so close to dead. But yeah, I think you guys have actually seen like the vampire on the streets that you guys were hunting for the bounty, and he was one who physically was like recuperating between your attacks. His flesh was repairing itself and regenerating. I think you believe that the daughter of Lynette was a vampire, and she was not regenerating. Um, I don't know if you guys wonder if Malchin is a vampire, but I forgot to fuck with him on that level for a while now, because he should be potentially feeding on flesh here. Um, but you have not seen him regenerate either. So whether you guys necessarily think regeneration is a part of vampirism as well is a completely different thing as well.
I did see Malchin chewing on one of those pottery dolls, but I'm not sure if we're counting that.
Well, if I recall, when I first thought of it after a session or two, part of what I told myself is I don't think you guys have fought humans in a while. And I'm not necessarily making the thing tell him that he should feed on rat people, which I think have been the only living things that you guys have come across.
Well, I suppose if that was who we think it was, and your theory is right there, Dalton, maybe we're about to have the first half of the key. Maybe two of us search the room, the other one search the bodies.
Body wise, these women aren't really wearing any clothes. There's really not much to search for there.
Didn't the journals mention that the Rodana hid her part of the key like in the secret room? Search for that.
We'll have to look again. I thought it said something about a secret hatch or something.
Yeah, I think it said. So if this was Radana, it says. I think Radana was the one who the square tower. She lost her, or she had her key to it, and then Macquint was the one who hit it with the cobbled man, or in the cobbled man's tower.
Damn, she got a lot better between 4th edition and 5e. I did not play her nearly what she was supposed to be. She was supposed to have a battle axe. Battle axe, chainmail, and a shield? She's a fucking prostitute. My bad. I just looked up her stat in my PDF versus the book that I had from last edition. When you do search her body, you can find she's got a bracelet of rubies. And again, this is one of those things. It's just going to be fine as fuck because you guys don't really know these values. But she's got a bracelet of rubies worth 900 gold and a ruby ring versus 950 gold or 750 gold. But yeah, she's a small little treasure trove right there. My bad. In the book from the last edition, she doesn't have shit. I think because
Did
fourth
somebody write
edition.
that down?
I think because 4th edition like assumed you had like almost like magical stuff. Oh, she does have the ruby bracelet and ring. My bad.
Okay. So ruby bracelet, ruby ring. I just didn't catch the values. Not that we know them for sure.
900 on the bracelet, 750 on the ring.
Jinx, do you want to add that to your inventory? I think you were the one who searched the body, so.
Oh yeah, 900 and 750 ruby bracelet and what'd you say, a ring?
Yeah, both were ruby.
And then you guys are gonna look for the hidden thingamajiggery?
So inside the room, you've got like a bunch of chairs, like SETI, a single bed that's kind of behind that curtain, some tables, another bureau. Like there's stairs up to the next level. As far as I don't understand why this is supposed to be a player's map, that it still has that secret door on there. Um, but I don't think there's anything in there specifically for you guys to find. Um, I think the square room, the square tower, is up above you, and this is a potential way to go up and above. But other than that, it's the question of, do you continue up the stairs? Do you have any reason to go out onto the battlements and go down to the garden? It's kind of like where you guys sit there.
Well, I think we should search the garden and see if we can find the other key.
Yeah, I agree. Based on what the journal said, seems like the best place to start looking for the Tabitha. The half that she had.
Yeah, Tabitha dropped the key to the square tower in the garden, right? I think that's what it said.
Yeah, or at least that's the last place she remembers having it. Something like that.
Oh, my bad. Let me get a investigation from Malchin and Dalton.
That is a 9 total for Malshin.
13 for Dalton.
I think you guys have only seen the cultists in like hallucinations. When you go through the like chest of drawers over by the bed, among like a bunch of the like rotted, like clearly like prostitute items, you find like a secret kind of like compartment underneath one of the drawers, and popping it open, you can find a red cloak that very quickly you can identify as one of the cultist cloaks.
This might come in handy as a disguise, maybe.
I
And I
suppose
feel like
maybe. Have
feel
we
like you
actually
guys know who the cultists were. Like, do any of you guys have written down the name of the cult that was here when the Knights of the Pale came? All right. If not,
Um,
um,
it's not the cult
say
of filth, right?
no. Um, if
Oh,
not, we'll say like the
never mind. Nope,
I
not the cult of the rat god either.
I think I have it written down. I'm not sure if this the Crimson Veil
Oh, Crimson Coil.
isn't called.
there you go. I was gonna say, if not, like when you grab this cloak, you can basically see like not only is it a red cloak, but like the actual like edges. I can't think what it's called, like but the like edge sewn
Uh,
in pattern is just coils and coils and coils.
oh, maybe the spirals are meant to be coils too, like the spiral writings and such.
Yeah. So if you guys didn't pick up on it before, on some level, Macwin's journal is the chaos kind of starting to sink into her head. That room you came on is just the influence of chaos driving whoever or whatever wrote that mad. So were you all heading out onto the garden to kind of like look for that key? You have thoughts on who is going to be looking if I have two of you roll?
Yeah, I'm down for that.
I could inspire Malchin if he basically try to pump him up. Like, of course you're gonna find it.
Yeah, and Malshin can look as well.
And it's a D8 if you need it.
Are you still staying with them though, Dalton?
Oh yeah, I'm going with them. Yep, sorry.
Um, did anybody need inspiration as Jinx generates another one?
I know I still have mine.
Yep, and Jinx already gave it to me once. I still have mine too.
And that's a dirty 20 from you, Belchin.
Yeah, with inspiration from Dalton. Dalton. And this is for investigation, right?
Indeed.
Yeah, so that's just dirty 20 then. Well done.
Gotcha. So as you look around the actual like garden top here, there's a lot of like empty plant or like planters and whatnot. There's like signs of like broken pot shards out here. By and large, this was kind of like an open air space that they used for growing plants and whatnot. Little of this remains to kind of remind you that this would have been a garden. It's far closer to just being the roof of a keep kind of at this point here, where it is effectively a bunch of different defensive positions. There's crenulations all around it for defending inside just as much as outside, from the western side to defending that central courtyard. As far as searching around, you guys don't find any keys around the area, and just kind of like looking over everything in the garden, it's not really producing much of anything. Um, at some point, watching everything kind of like happening here, you do see again, this time Dalton watches as a young lady kind of like walks down into this courtyard and walks like directly through Malchin and kind of towards that like southeastern side. And the moment she kind of like gets there, she like disappears, and then Dalton like sees that like there's like the figure of Tonel almost coming up behind her, and she um is like already falling off of the edge. So his scene is almost like fractured, not quite what Malcolm had seen before, but he sees part of it. And it effectively kind of takes you to the point where you're again kind of drawn to there's no sign up here, but at some point when she fell down here. And as you look over that edge, there's an outer wall of the keep. There's this wall of this like part of the like inside of the keep, and then these two towers. But like that little space is just a forgettable inside space in the keep, and you can see that there's stuff down there. Whether there's a key, you can't tell right now. But you do basically see enough to kind of remind you and to see that there's kind of like a secret little space in the castle right there. And at that point, you guys are all going to hear, I must be.
Can we tell where it's coming from directionally?
What's that?
The voice, or does it just feel like it's in our head completely again?
Just all around omnidirectional. There's no sense of where it's coming from.
And if I get up next to the place that Malcolm was like looking over, how far down does it look like to that little like void in the castle, the jump spot?
I think it's second level. You actually went down there and you saw into that little spot. You saw like bits of fabric and things down there. You just never went in there. But when you like walked down, you were right next to it. My bad. When you were down there, but I think that's like the second level from the courtyard. I think that's 12 feet up from the courtyard. I think you guys are now on the fourth level. So that's probably about like 30 or 40 feet below you.
I mean, I don't know what kind of effects we would have. Obviously, we've been feeling some forced pushes and whatnot, but we could either throw a rope down there and one of us could go have a look, or we could try out these gloves. I mean, we got them.
When you walk up to the edge, just like at the balcony, there's no like sense of a push when you approach these crenulations, like in the edge of the keep.
I mean, it's worth a try.
Maybe the thing's asleep.
All
Didn't
right.
the, j-
Oh, sorry.
didn't the journal say something about We're only free to move about when it's slept. Maybe our luck's gotten a little bit better.
Sort of really amplifies the insignificance of our presence if the evil demon spirits still feel like they could sleep while we're here.
Well, whatever the reason, maybe we should use it to our advantage if we can and get a look down there.
I mean, who knows how these things are going to hold up, if this is even going to work. I suppose we're all in pretty rough shape, so I'll go. If something does happen to me, though, tell tales. I mean, you know, exaggerate if you have to.
Well, before you go, just in case, and because Jinx is looking pretty well, we're all looking bad. So I am going to. Dalton will, if Jinx is amenable, he will cast a Cure Wounds on him.
Gotcha. So rock out that cure wounds.
So you can get 10 back there, Jinx.
Greatly appreciated. I can tell you how much that means to me. Know that push comes to shove, so to speak, I'll return the favor.
You saved me more than once, Jinx, so wish I could do more.
Nobody's keeping track, man. I'm sorry I got a little testy back there too. I don't want to die, and there's just something about these rat people and me and Malchin getting captured, and I've really felt guilty ever since. Like, you guys sort of didn't trust me, and when I saw that thing and it took over my body, and I watched what happened, it just it really hurt because you guys are my everything. I'd gladly die for you, but I don't want to die at your hands, so to speak, either.
I should be apologizing as well. This place, it just messes with your head.
I know, I get it. Sorry I got you almost killed so many times as well, Malchin, but I got a feeling we'll make it out of here okay. Hopefully.
Yeah, well, probably will, and don't worry, we will tell enormously tall tales if you do not make it.
As tall as you can. With that, I'm gonna activate the gloves. So do I just roll a d20 now?
So the first thing I'm going to say to you before you activate them is, what do you normally do for light? It's still like daylight out here, but it's like getting on 5 p.m. So it is like later in the day where that's pretty dark down there. So how do you normally do light with Jinx?
So I would normally just do light on like my staff or something. But if I need to have my hands free for this, I would probably just do like on my pendant or like one of the buttons on my shirt or something like that, maybe.
That's precisely what I was getting to, is you need to make light something that you are not holding. Because if you hold something, you're just going to cause yourself to deactivate those things. So yeah, recast light on something like your pendant is perfectly acceptable. And then yeah, D20 as you basically activate them and start to spider climb onto the wall with your hands.
Hopefully I got those ones out of my system, but they don't call me Jinx for nothing. It was so close. It's a 7. It looked like a 1 at first.
So you can basically climb over that edge. It takes you a few moments to kind of climb down. I'm sure there's trepidation on like how you go over the actual ledge itself and like put some weight on them. Like a person who's getting belayed for the first time, like nobody wants to trust the rope, but at the same time, you've seen nobody. use these before you, but you've seen magic do amazing things, and you kind of already have that like sense of the magic within them. So you can kind of move yourself over the edge and start to climb down. There's that weird kind of way that, like, if you just kind of pull down, the glove doesn't move. But if you like put the pressure on just in the right way, you can almost like peel it up and then away. Because there's almost like tiny little like micro needles of hairs like sticking out of your hands that you can feel with like this almost sixth sense as they're like moving inside of like molecularly the rocks, and you can just kind of have this sense of like when you touch your hand to the rock you almost kind of become one with it, and you just have to like remove it, like almost taking away gravity on purpose before you can remove your hand. But like if somebody were to surprise you, your hands would just kind of stay there. You kind of feel an odd sensation of you could almost sleep kind of in that position. But otherwise, you can crawl down to this lower level, taking a few moments, and you kind of like get inside of the trash there. But you're going to have to deactivate them as you start to look through things. And I want you to roll me another investigation here.
I want to go ahead and use my inspiration on this ahead of time for advantage if I could.
Gotcha.
It's a 17 total.
Gotcha. Doesn't take you but a few minutes to kind of look through and find the key at the bottom. There is a point where you're kind of like looking for everything, and you're almost like kind of hesitantly like moving kind of like fabrics and some of like the random like the detritus that's kind of like fallen down here from like twigs and things from trees, just to all kinds of like random almost like trash has been down here, where you actually see when Tabitha like falls over the edge and you see the key kind of fall out of her dress as she's like scared over the edge, but she like caught herself in that small little space, almost like by extending her body, she like catches herself before she hits. She doesn't actually like die falling here. But you kind of see that moment, and it's kind of like with that kind of like after image of her falling that you can kind of spot this little key, and it's tarnished, it's brown, it looks almost like a lot of the other twigs and things, but you are able to pick up a small little like brass key that you would assume is the one written about in the journal, as you've seen Tabitha drop it.
I don't know if it's the key, gentlemen, but we've got a key.
Well done, Jinx. I have to hope that only one key got dropped down there, but suppose there's only one way to find out. Hurry back up, and we'll see if you've struck gold, so to speak.
You want to climb again, or you can go the long way.
No, I'm gonna secure the key in my gold pouch. If there's room, let me just double check. Yep, still just one silver. And then I will reactivate and climb back up with the gloves, hopefully. Okay, it is a 4.
Now you can climb back up with ease, rejoining the other two on the garden level.
Well, that was worth a little detour. These things come in handy. Before we get moving, I think I'll have a cigarette. Gentlemen, care for one?
I think we've earned it. Dalton will take one if Jinx is offering.
I should ask you, because you already kind of brought it up in an earlier period. When you're crawling up, you could go up the western tower and climb up that tower to the area that you didn't know how to get to before, or you could climb up directly to them. Do you have any thoughts there? Would you like to climb up to that tower and throw a rope down to the two of them?
All right, so I don't have a rope on me, so let's run with that. Let's say that I did climb up, and then I will offer to go up there if one of them gives me a rope, and then we can go search that tower too.
Gotcha. So on that level, like you guys can still go up again. Like you can make another trip if you would like. But again, there's also like a walkway right above you. I think it's on the sixth level that basically goes from that central tower over to that smaller tower.
Yeah, Dalton has 50 feet of rope.
Martian has none.
Yeah, so I'll take that rope and I'll throw it over like my neck to shoulder kind of area and give it one more try with the glove. I mean, I don't want to press my luck here, but this could be a good idea. Nice, the opposite of a one.
Critical success. They make a second pair of gloves. That's a lie. Gotcha. So you can climb up, yeah, make your way up there, loop the rope around one of the crenulations, throw that over to them. When either of you are climbing, let me just get a climbing athletics from you at advantage. And again, just to reiterate, there is no odd force on all of you, whether it be Jinx with the gloves or any of you trying to climb the ropes. There's no odd force like pushing you down or anything. You are climbing as you've always experienced climbing before.
Yeah, so Dalton is he's kind of like hunched again, expecting the force to be there when he starts climbing. A 17, by the way, was his total with advantage.
Oh yeah, you're both good with those.
But then, yeah, not feeling it, then he'll kind of like straighten up after a bit, and then just kind of continue climbing until he can join Jinx.
So once you actually get up there, you can see it probably before you actually throw them the rope. But you basically see that this is a like small tower on top of this tower, and there's a ladder that seems to lead up to the ceiling. Um, I think you can spot the actual like door in the ceiling above. But other than that, I think that's pretty much what you're kind of like working with there.
So I mean, maybe that is it. Maybe that thing's sleeping, or maybe it was her, that one we killed. Now that she's gone. Oh no, we've seen hallucinations since then, haven't we?
My bad. What hallucinations?
Did we see any hallucinations after she died, or no?
Don't think so.
She is in
Uh, the
who?
the either Maquid or Radana.
Like the woman
The
you guys just fought?
Yeah, the one we think is a vampire potentially.
Yeah,
Well, you potentially saw Tabitha fall over the edge again. So whether that's a hallucination or something else, you have seen that again.
Right. Okay. Yeah, we did see one after
Um,
that.
well, my bad. I described that wrong. There should be bones and like kind of like rat droppings and things that kind of remain at the bottom of this area. So the ground is just like covered in a bunch of shit. You're almost like walking on top of stuff that is seemed to be thrown into this tower.
Oh, Jinx, you've been taking all the risk lately. I can. Dalton will move in and see if you can start trying to climb the ladder.
Gotcha. Yeah, climbing the ladder is of no special difficulty. So you can get to the like floor of the ceiling above you, where there's effectively a door like that you can kind of like lift up like a hat.
Yeah, I think just out of instinct, Dalton will kind of like listen at the as he reaches the top of the ladder, just in case he hears anything. But otherwise, will move to uh, open the hatch.
Roll a perception check as you listen at the hatch.
16.
So when you're like approaching that like top of the shaft or top of the hatch, and that ladder, you can see signs of um liquid and like goo coming through like the actual like cracks of the hatch like above you. You can smell this horrible rotting like fetid stench coming from above. There's almost like the like not necessarily like body odor, but like gym bag odor of like rot and sweat and just like flesh and blood. You can almost like taste the iron in the air. And you just like looking around that crack, the like idea of what liquid could have like stained that like wooden floor like that um is shocking. Um and I think that's probably pretty good for your perception there.
Yeah, I
Not
think I'm
necessarily
gonna.
that there's anything to hear, but like you're still being perceptive of what can you learn from that hatch, you know?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna give. I'm gonna give Dalton a Constitution save there because if it's that horrific, he might like retch down the ladder.
Yeah, like this is a pretty rough place. But this specific is worse than a lot of the other stuff that you've seen here.
Yeah, that's a 5. So I feel like he's going to like you'll see him like kind of raise an arm, like almost trying to like shield himself from the stench, and he'll like look down and just kind of start to do that kind of like dry heave thing, and then I think he might, um, yeah, I think he's gonna hurl with a 5 there.
Just like hook an elbow around the ladder and Dalton just starts to puke. You guys haven't really like stopped to necessarily say that you were eating or drinking. But how do you think Dalton is dry heaving, or do you think he actually has something to expel? Because your friends are right below you.
Yeah, I feel like probably during the short rest that we took, he had some rations so that he probably kind of nibbled on. So he's not, I mean, not a full meal, but he's not like just dry eating either.
We're about an hour or two out of that, so there's probably still plenty of like liquid still in your stomach, but it's one of those things where it's like predominantly acid, and it's like almost some of the worst kind of acid reflux that you can really feel. The way this is, because it's like the most condensed hydrochloric acid your body's got as you're like finishing this digestive process after the short rest. But yeah, you're at the top of the ladder. You just kind of retched over your friends. You've got horrible signs ahead. What would Dalton like to do now?
Yeah, so he'll try to like even as he's like puking, he'll try to like wave his. He's got like one hand wrapped around the ladder, but he'll try to like wave the back down. It's like watch out below, um, and then kind of as he recovers, he's going to like half of his mind is thinking this is some weird like intensely like um like just some intense hallucination like, but the other half is thinking maybe there's actually something like just really nasty up there. um and so I think as he recovers he's going to look down at Malchin and Jinx, and something foul up there, I think. And then um I guess I'm not sure if is there any way for him to tell whether the trapdoor opens towards him or up? Because he's thinking if there's like something right above it, if it opens up if it opens up towards him, he wants to try and dodge out of the way. If it's up above him and he has to push the hatch open, he might have to like put some force into it to kind of force his way through.
I feel like pushing up is the way that they would probably be set. So they're like almost like two concentric squares where like a smaller one fits inside more than the upper one, keeps it so it can't fall through.
Gotcha. So he might like test it first, like with the one hand, like try to like push up and see like does it feel like there's a lot of resistance there? Like he's gonna have to kind of push it open, like there might be something heavy like a body or something like that on the other side.
Gotcha. Yeah, you just want to do give it a good push, do like a strength check for me.
Sure. Yeah. Ooh, and that will be a straight 6.
Yeah, so I'd say you go to kind of like lift up on it, and I think as far as you're kind of concerned, it seems like there's something on top of this that's keeping it locked. You don't see any particular like locking mechanism to tell you that it's locked like from this side, and it didn't really give any like feeling the play of a lock either.
So I think maybe kind of if he can try one more time, like this time more forcefully, he'll try to essentially like almost lunge up from like the top rung of the ladder and try to essentially force his shoulder into it and force it open if he can.
Jinx is going to yell up to him and say, be taller. And if that doesn't work, try being stronger.
Yeah, so if you want, you can kind of like press your shoulders up against it with your head kind of like laying over, and I'll give you advantage on like basically standing into the door. And you can try to lift it like that. But if you fail my DC by 5 or more, you are going to slip and fall. Would you like to try a little bit more dangerous but mechanically advantageous way of trying to open the door?
Yeah, I think he's gonna try it. Essentially, he's thinking like, okay, now he knows essentially, or he thinks he knows that like the door is braced. So he's like, yeah, but he's gonna, with the idea that he knows that if he like fails, he's gonna fall. But he is gonna try it. Yeah.
Go for that athletics, and you can have advantage.
Uh, that'll be a 15.
Whoops, I didn't mean to do that. Alrighty. So, when you push up, you are going to feel like this heavy resistance, and then all of a sudden it kind of like lets up, and you're almost like pushing your torso, say like 2/3 of the way, or no, you're pushing your torso like say a third of the way like into the room. So it's almost like up to like kind of your elbows are sort of like at ground level. You're immediately inundated with more of the same stench. You will immediately see more like bones and kind of like rat, and like rather we'll stick with feces and things like that around you. This is the horrible place, and you possibly could have known this ahead of time. But the reason that the weight that seemed to be resisting you gives way very quickly is because almost as fast as you push, do you see that you've kind of displaced a figure who's seemed to have been down here, like gnawing on bones, as you see this like amalgamation of arms and legs and heads. There's a generally large male figure who kind of stands before you, and he's got this big, clunky, kind of feminine arm that's holding a bone into his mouth, and he's just kind of like chewing on it, staring at you. As there's a small figure coming out of like his left breast point, and she seems to be a female kind of like humanoid, and like kind of has like this bluish gray flesh, and she's kind of like staring at you with her head kind of craned over, and has like this large kind of like um golden orange kind of like furry tiger claw, that she's just kind of like scratching at the floor, just kind of in this like rhythmic kind of motion as she sees you. And I think I described all but one more arm, because she basically has like her two arms, and then she's like sewn into where his arm would have been. But you basically see, who probably now makes more sense why they call him the Cobbled Man. And I think this is actually a perfect place to take a break as I drop the miniature in front of Dalton, basically.
Yep. I was gonna almost ask like if because I yeah once you with from that description I was like yeah it's a cobbled man, but I wasn't sure if Dalton would know that. But
I must have misread that part. I thought it said cobbler. I was expecting someone with some delicious treats.
yeah, I wasn't sure what the cobbled man was gonna be. But then as soon as I was like he's cobbled together parts, okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, for sure. All right, I'll be back in just a sec.
But yeah, it's like is he made of shoes or
It's such a sweet way to say Frankenstein monster.
oh I love it yeah.
Is everyone back?
Yeah, I'm still here. I never left.
Yeah, I'm here.
And I'm back as well.
Excellent. Alrighty, so we've got you guys kind of like moving up into this. You, I guess, aren't necessarily like away from the ladder, but you are effectively staring down this creature that is like an amalgamation of two bodies, or two heads. There's like three different arms on it, and a pair of legs. It's pretty horrific to look at. It's quite literally chewing bones in front of you. This is a horrible beast of an opponent that stands before you, and you are alone. What would you like to do? At present, this is kind of like midway between. I'm actually tempted just to say straight to initiative. You can have an advantage. Not quite surprising it because of how you pushed up on the door, but it's also not terribly wise or intelligent. So it's not necessarily reacting at present. So let's go for initiative and Dalton roll with advantage.
Ooh, that's a 10 with advantage.
That's unfortunate because I rolled in that 20 without advantage. So, despite what I want to say, the dice never lie, and you're about to get pummeled by a big ass, very badass opponent. And you guys are going to have to make a pretty big decision pretty quickly here. It is going to. I think I'm going to claw into Dalton and grapple you. Um, so let me do a contested athletics or acrobatics from you, Dalton.
And am I still on the ladder, or have I gotten off the ladder?
Yeah, my bad. This would be with you on the ladder.
Okay, should,
I
should,
think
should I
more
have
properly it's about that position.
Okay, so I feel like almost I should have disadvantage because I'm trying to also hang on to the ladder while evading the grapple. But
No worries there. As far as things go, evading the grapple could just as easily be moving off of the ladder. So I'm not going to put that on you.
okay,
Yeah.
12 then.
So I am about to grab Dalton. The cobbled man is going to grab Dalton with like the big, like massive, like masculine male arm that it has. And it is going to throw you down and at the other two. And it is going to be at Malchin that I am throwing Dalton. Um, 18 should hit you with a Dalton-sized object.
Yeah.
I'm going to do a D10 damage to each of you. So 6 damage to each of you, as Dalton is like thrown down the ladder and into Malchin. And then he is going to leap down the ladder and land right beside you guys. Gonna move it back to the other little map here.
Yeah, Malshan is knocked unconscious.
From 6 damage.
That was what I had.
And I'm not sure this is going to matter, but I'm assuming Dalton lands prone there.
Yeah, that will definitely knock you prone. Actually, you could do a dexterity saving throw.
Okay. Well, for what it's worth, it lands on his feet with a nat 20, 26 total.
Yeah, so just kind of like smashing into Malchin below you, you're able to kind of like catch yourself. Maybe not even like crushing Malchin like fully down into the ground, but almost like kind of like cradling him as he goes unconscious and falls unconscious at your feet. But he is then going to, the female is going to like reach out for Jinx, and she's going to try to bite Jinx. Should hit. And she's gonna do 10 piercing damage to Jinx.
For my reaction, I'm gonna scream out in a high pitched voice, "Get away from me, bitch!"
And then it is back to you guys. So anytime you guys heal Malchin, it is effectively before his turn. But at the start of all of your turn, Malchin, roll a death saving throw. So on to Jinx or Dalton. What would you two like to do?
Well, I'm gonna do. You could. Do you want to plan this, or I'm gonna heal him? So, but I'm gonna heal
Uh,
him.
yeah, figuring one of us was going to have to heal him. Like, as Dalton is kind of like, he lands on Malchin. He's like, sorry about that. And then he sees like Malchin actually is knocked unconscious by him landing on him. But yeah, I figured one of us should heal him.
Yeah, I'm just gonna heal all three of us because we're all fucked up. So, I'm gonna just like hold up the staff, and I'll start like doing a little chanting action, and then I'll shoot out, and it's gonna be a mass healing word for all three of us.
Is that still bonus action with Mask?
Hang on, I'm trying to find it. I probably just made all that up. It's mass cure wounds.
Okay. Because mass healing word actually is a bonus action.
No, it's an action to activate it. It's mass.
Gotcha. That's what's
cure
on the
word.
staff. Gotcha.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So it's 3d8 plus 4, and then it's going to use up where I only have one charge left, I think, in the staff.
And is that for everyone? Yep, each person gains that. That sucks balls.
So bad. So it's 10 total for all of us. Each of us gets 10.
So that's your action. Do you have any sort of offensive bonus action? Because otherwise, that's Jinx is done. But now you have the other two players. So you're still two players are acting this turn.
Yeah, I think Dalton is going to. So this creature's not. He's not carry. Doesn't seem to be carrying anything metal, right? It's just like amalgamation of flesh.
You know what? The picture that I could find, the picture that I could create with AI today is what you guys see before you. But this creature actually has like metal manacles and metal tubes that like go through its body between one body and into another. This creature is largely part metal.
All right, so if I can focus on like the manacles, I'm going to try to. I'm going to cast heat metal on those. Um,
That's just a spell attack, right?
So choose a manufactured metal object. You cause the object. Any creature in physical contact with the object takes 2d8 fire damage when you cast a spell. And then it's a concentration spell. So if I can maintain it, then I could potentially cause more damage on additional turns. But there's no saving throw. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's crazy. No save, no spell attack.
But if it's holding or wearing the object and it can drop it, if it can. So it does get a Constitution saving throw to drop the object if it can.
They're part of its flesh. It can't.
Okay, so for this attack, it'll take 10 damage this turn then, or with this attack.
And what would you like to do, Malch?
I am gonna stand up and then I'm gonna cast Hunter's Mark on this thing. But I am a bit confused about the wording, so I'm just gonna ask because it says you deal an extra 1d6 damage on the target whenever you're hit with a weapon attack. So does that mean like for all of my attacks?
All of them.
Okay. So yeah. So I'm gonna do that. That's my bonus action, and then 2 attacks on this thing.
Oh, and also, sorry, I just want to mention, it will have well, I'll leave this to you, but it says if it doesn't drop the object, it has disadvantage on attack rolls and ability checks until the start of your next turn. I assume that's normally because it's the weapon heated is like the item heated is a weapon versus the manacles, so it might not come into play here, but technically that's what the spell says. So
So let's see, 24 to hit for 9 damage.
Solid hit for 9 more. And that was just the first attack, right? Did you
Yeah.
do your because it was already damaged?
Oh no, I forgot that. I just focused on adding the. I'll do it on my next attack. So let's see.
Well, part of why I say do it there is because it already hit, but depending on if you miss, like you can apply it regardless.
Let's see. That would be a 14 to hit.
I believe 14 is going to be a hit here.
Then that would be 5, 10, 14 damage total on this one.
Gotcha. So was that doing? Oh wait, that was you said that was a 14 hit. My bad.
Yeah.
His natural armor is a 15.
Oh, then that would miss.
But what'd you roll with the D8? Like if we applied it on the first one,
Oh, that's 5.
5. So I think we had Jinx heal, Dalton heat metal, and then we've got Malchin attacking him. It's gonna come back to him, and you're going to see is like the cobbled man, like the smaller of the heads, like the female head, is going to be like shrieking in pain, as you like she it has pipes of copper like drilled into its flesh, going between these manacles and like up to its like neck into its torso. This thing is riddled with pipes. It has metal all over it. So the heat metal is inside of this creature. And it's just going to be she's shrieking out in pain. I think something that is wearing it will always have the disadvantage on the attack rolls. the way I read that, it's not like an either or on this is a different kind of situation. It's just if it's holding it, it gets the choice somewhat on the Constitution save. So I think that's how heat metal works there. So it is going to do a single attack at each of you. And I'm gonna go for just 3 claws into each of you. So like the left arm is clawing towards Jinx and into like the outer wall. The right arm is like trying to like push its way into the room so it can slash like downward at Malchin. And then the tiger claw is kind of like coming from above and is just coming down to rake into Dalton's head. So we're gonna go Jinx first. Big ol' 4 is going to miss Jinx as it just smashes into the side of the castle. Malchin with a 18 for a total of. Oh wait, my bad. That was not disadvantage. So 7 is the damage. I need another. Yeah, 18 was the low one. For a total of 11 slashing damage. As it like gets the claw into you and it's like trying to rake you back towards it as it like claws into your legs. And then the final attack is against Dalton from the tiger claw. 3 is the lowest. A big old 10 is going to miss as it tries to slam into Dalton. It just like hits into the roof, and you see as the claw like rakes through the stone. And it's gonna go back to you guys.
Yeah, and I'm unconscious again with the 7. Roll for death saving.
All right. Well, with my bonus action, I'm just gonna like kind of look towards the thing, and you'll see the metal, like the manacles, kind of flare up a little bit, and I'm gonna use my bonus action to cause another 2d8 damage. Jinx, I have one. I could heal Malchin.
I mean, you should see as well. I have like a healing potion on my belt. Want to
You
use
can
that?
use his healing potion as an action.
Okay, so yeah, so maybe I'll do that because I can the heat metal is a bonus action to cause the damage again. So yeah, as I'm doing that, I'm gonna kind of move down to Malchin and feed him his healing potion. I think that makes sense.
So 15 for the heat metal.
Yeah, I rolled really good on that. Yep. And then, do you want me or Malchin to roll the healing potion?
Just gonna check
Uh,
if it makes any difference. The healing potion is the one I took from Lennox Vault.
oh my god, please let this be a poison potion. Give me 1 second. Because you already found one, I'm pretty sure there is a solid chance right now. I don't mean to be so excited. I'm sorry about that. But there is a solid chance that you are about to kill Malchin because I think one of those was a poison potion. And it's the whole reason that I've been trying to make a point of you guys need to write down where they come from. My bad. I'm sorry to be excited about it. But that's like random bullshit.
Dalton will never get over it if he kills Malchin by trying to save him.
I mean, I don't think he can be faulted when Malshin has been like obvious, like this is a healing potion on my belt.
Don't worry, you'll be okay. You'll be okay.
All right, no, I found the list. It is indeed a normal potion. There was one that was the potion of vitality. Did you write down? Does somebody have the potion of vitality that this isn't it and is indeed the potion of healing?
I don't have any potions.
For Dalton, I have a potion of hill giant strength, but it says unidentified. I don't think I have a
Yeah,
vitality
taking
potion.
taking a short rest though, you guys can figure out what potions are like that too. So yeah, assuming that's a regular healing potion, it is 2d4 plus 2, but that potion of vitality is something that you guys picked up as well.
Where was the potion of vitality from?
Inside of Linux Vault.
Oh yeah, I do remember. We found a bunch of stuff then.
Yeah, that's where you got like the staff of healing. I don't remember how I described the potion of vitality, which is part of the problem because again, I tend to make up descriptions of potions.
Oh, did we give the vitality potion? Was that something that Nefrendel, is that her name? Took?
Oh, maybe you gave to one of the NPCs. I gotcha.
I feel like we had to, yeah, somebody one of the NPCs, and she was with us, and she grabbed a couple of the potions, so that might have gone to her.
But regardless, I would say Dalton 2d4 plus 2. My bad to get sidetracked on something like that.
All right, so that's 7 back to you, Malchin.
And this time, your what's your main weapon? Is now on the ground.
Yeah, I'm gonna pick up my scimitar then. Can I pick up both?
Oh wait, you've got 2 weapon fighter, don't you? You've got the feet, don't you?
Yeah, I have.
Yeah, you're golden to pick up both all the time. My bad.
All right, I'll pick that up and I'll start swinging again. Not with Hunter's Mark this time though, because that's gone. For a nat 20.
Gotcha. So what'd you roll for damage?
I roll, let's see, 13 damage with the extra d8.
Gotcha. What is it? The 6 was your damage die, and that the 2 was your um proficiency bonus for that attack.
Yeah.
Gotcha. So it's 12 and then 11, and then your dexterity modifier is 4, so 16 and 11, so 27.
Yeah. Okay.
And second attack. Not
Let's
as
see.
good. Not as good. I think a 17 is your total. Oh wait, no. 19. So yeah, you definitely hit for 5 more.
Yeah, and then my bonus action, short sword. Yeah, 18 for, let's see, what is that? 7 to hit?
7.
Or 7, excellent.
Yeah, so Jinx, you basically watch as Dalton feeds Malchin the healing potion, and you kind of see as all of the metal starts to like glow red hot again as Dalton like pushes that forward, and Malchin like stands up and starts to hack and slash through this thing, nearly like cutting off like the front like torso from its like shoulder area. Um, like this thing is mortally wounded after the two have attacked it. You need to do a killing blow. What do you got here?
You had me right up until the end there with the killing blow thing.
Well, they left you till last, so even though these attacks are all hitting at the same time and Malchin kinda has the kill regardless, can you turn it into a kill?
Boomerang it in the head.
Get a kill with your motherfucking golden boomerangs. It's got two heads. You can hit it on the way out and the way in.
Not sure if I want its goo on my boomerangs, but I suppose I'll strike at it with the boomerang.
They're the same as a club, right? Like, I mean, you can hit it with the boomerang and you're at normal attack. Technically, if you throw the boomerang, you are at disadvantage.
Oh, I'll bonk it. I don't want it going over the edge, so I'm just gonna say to him, "Why won't you just die? Which one of these heads do I have to hit?" And I'm gonna go for the big head.
Like a boomerang is like a dagger slash a club. Like you could beat him with it, or you could stab him with the sort of pointy end.
That's
Yeah.
100% why I think of them as a club.
Yeah, that's what the bonk really is. It's like it might kind of cut you, it might split you, it might kind of hurt you, it might just piss you off. So it's a 25 to hit for 6 damage.
All right, 3 was the magic number. So yeah, you guys are able to like kill it as you team up, getting the golden bonk from the boomerangs. You just kind of like hear as like the female like stops screaming as this thing dies. The like male like upper body just kind of like dies, and its like last words are. And then it like gurgles and doesn't move.
So I will drop concentration on heat metal. Um, and then finally kind of vocalize what we probably all picked up during the fight. And suppose that's the cobbled man.
I was a little too close for comfort on that one. Who the hell's been feeding that thing?
You can roll a uh medicine check if you'd like.
It's a 9.
From how kind of like thin and decrepit it probably has been starving here for some time, and potentially for 3 years.
Well, I can't say that this thing's gonna be missed. Sure what the hell it is, but it appears to be some kind of construct of creatures blended together, flesh and metal.
Yeah. Are we able to tell how it connected itself to I guess the female portion? Was it just like from that copper tubing that you mentioned?
This is like 100% like a steampunk version of Frankenstein. Like think of them as like sewn together. The metal is just kind of like a part of the system, instead of like replacing like veins and things from like the dead, they almost have like metal veins kind of running through it. But I'll drop the original picture from Tolis in there because I actually trained the AI with this picture to get that picture. If I didn't delete it, because I think I might have deleted it.
And just curious again. Sorry, what AI did you use?
Was it Leonardo, Justin?
Uh,
So I've been thinking of playing around with some AI, a couple of different like AI art things, and
yeah, go to it's called Leonardo.ai. But if you actually like go to it, whether you're on a computer or on a like mobile device, it's app.leonardo.ai. It's really, really good, dude. It's amazing, and it's free for like tons of generations.
Yeah, so like that inside of Discord is the original thing. You can kind of see like the metal pipes and like the bands and the manacles. Um like, saying manacles is one thing, how it like passes off like the idea of this thing, but really what they are is they're like the points where the metal's like going into its flesh or where they're held so they don't like kind of break type of thing. But it's definitely a crazy like mishmash of like two bodies being sewn together um with an extra arm for some reason. It's definitely crazy, that art that's there. But it definitely made some cool AI art as well.
Yeah, that
yeah,
token came out awesome.
yeah, very cool.
But yeah, you guys have the journals right there that describe that this thing's tower is where Macquint hid her spiral, her part of the key. And it's just up above. What would you guys like to do now that you seemingly have dispatched the cobbled man? Actually, I should say here we're like right about that 7 o'clock now. How are you doing today, Chris?
And I could play for a bit more.
Sound good for everybody else?
Yeah, I'm good.
Yeah, I don't have any time limits today, so
So I'd say just a solid. Let's continue playing. If we get to a solid stopping point, or if at any given time it goes on too long for everybody, just let me know. But yeah, we'll kind of keep track of it from there. So, what would you like to do? Head back up. Search its body. Uh, you got, yeah. There's plenty of stuff around you. You're still kind of like standing on the bones. You can kind of guess now that like little um the secret door above you, the door to the next level, is almost like it was his like trash. He would throw the bones and like the refuse down here where you guys are standing right now.
I don't know what I thought the cobbled man would be, but it's worse than I thought. But I think Dalton will kind of move towards the body and almost like try and see if he can like make sense of kind of like how they were connected, and maybe I guess like search it to the extent that um, it can be searched.
Gotcha. Yeah, the searching is definitely an investigation. If you want to figure out more about like how they're connected, that's definitely going to get into a medicine check kind of thing.
I think you'd be more curious than like trying to figure out exactly how. So it would be more just like, yeah, kind of morbid curiosity on that part, and more searching to see if maybe the it's holding the what we're looking for. So I guess investigation. And that will be an 8.
Gotcha. So in general, like with a lot of things, I'll give you guys like the opportunity for 2 people to do that, to do like different searches for stuff. Um, 8's kind of flying through this thing pretty quickly here, where I'd like to have somebody else roll, because yeah, that's my way of telling you there's something to find here.
Yeah, Dalton's a little squeamish, so he's kind of like, yeah. And
So
probably
Jinx
one
or Mouch, and let me get a roll from you guys. This is going to change how much time this kind of costs you, because you're going to find something here.
Oh, so wait, do you want both of us to roll or just one of us?
Nope, just one or the other.
Okay, do you want to roll, Melton?
Yeah, I can go. I'll use my inspiration on this one as well.
Yeah, you'll see Dalton, like, he's kind of
Uh,
trying to look through, but he's like very, like, doesn't want to touch anything too close.
Hold up on using the inspiration purely because of how I already kind of phrased it. I'm sorry if you would have used it anyways, but just do a single roll.
Yeah, that's a 4.
Gotcha. So you guys are um gonna take a little bit more time kind of searching over this thing, because you can basically eventually you kind of come to realize uh, this object is like stuffed inside of the body, and it has almost started to kind of like grow into what is kind of like a almost like black kind of metal like rock in this spiral, and you can see like the red kind of runes like carved into the spiral. And the object was basically like between the kind of feminine and the masculine kind of parts of the torso. It was like stuffed into it as if the flesh were meant to be a pocket, and you can see where it's kind of grown into a part of this being. So there's a point where you're just kind of like looking over the thing and trying to search through. It's got random pieces of fabric like thrown over it. You can see that it had some sort of a sense of like modesty in that it like wore something that vaguely resembles pants. But like searching through what it was carrying very quickly turns up nothing. And then it's going to take you some time, basically, as you're like carving away at this like molded position between the two bodies to get at what is the like chunk of this circular, this half disc. Um, and kind of the sun's going to get a little closer to the horizon as you kind of get into that like golden hour, as time kind of moves by. But eventually you guys are able to free this disc from this thing, and from its flesh. um and yeah, now you have one half of what you expect to be the chaos spiral key, from the body of the cobbled man.
And does it look like it's the size that it would go in that slot if we had the other half?
Approximately half the size of that slot.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, well, we're halfway there, I suppose.
I mean, if we're halfway there now, I don't think we're gonna make it. Sorry, that's not funny.
Well, you do know that there was a demon summoned to protect the other key.
We've got half of it, and I don't know. Maybe we I don't know, try and get out of here and come back at it when we're a little bit more restored. I know I'm running on. I don't have too much left in me.
I mean, I live my life on empty, in case you haven't noticed. So
And I could keep going, but I wouldn't say no to a bit of rest at least.
yeah, I mean, you only died like twice in the last like 10 minutes, right?
I mean, it didn't stick.
That's
Good
true.
answer. It didn't stick.
You were really pushing your luck there, Mountain. I think maybe just let off the throttle just a bit here.
And now we know a bit more. We've got the journals. Maybe there's, maybe we can learn something about this goat demon or this night of dissolution they keep talking about.
I do still have one second level spell slot and cantrips available.
Yeah, as long as I'm still on my feet, I can swing a sword or two.
I've got one more big blast in me, maybe, but after that, I'm probably not good for much. But well, we've come this far, so
Have you guys ever fought a demon before? Do we know anything about them? Or
I mean, I'm not sure what that undead thing on the boat was, if that could count as a demon, but
this thing we just killed it seems certainly demonic to me. Because I also don't know like how obviously demon is a creature type and but I don't know what we would know about like the different demon different creature types in character.
You could roll wisdom.
Six for me.
yeah, 6 for Malchin.
I think you probably would know about the only time people have discussed demons are those who are locked inside of the necropolis. It's just kind of a mythical thing almost that people talk about as if there's demons there. But as long as the siege kind of holds, most of you just kind of have it almost as old wives' tales. So if that's the general thought, we don't necessarily have to push forward like a whole lot to do something like, are you guys going to attempt to leave this place? Do you have plans on leaving it? Are you thinking about attempting to rest here? What like general idea do you have moving forward? Are you going to push forward and see if your resources last?
I guess Dalton's thinking again, like maybe this thing is, the other demon is asleep. Maybe we could sneak out and kind of regather our resources and come back at it, you know, um, fresh. I mean, I'm willing to keep going forward, but I uh, don't have much left in the tank, and it is, if it's a demon or some terrible thing, I feel like in our current state, we might be in rough shape to confront it.
Malshin would say, I think, we could go for a short rest, and maybe we could brave whatever's left of this place then.
I'm pretty much as rested as I'm ever going to be. Think we got to decide: do we try to push forward, or do we admit defeat and try to leave? I mean, we could take a short rest if it'll help you guys out, but. So I basically have 2 Bardic Inspirations, 1 second level spell slot, and 1 like ability to like twin spell. But I've used all my hit dice and like everything else.
Yeah, I've got 1 spell slot left. I could heal a bit on a short rest. I'm just I mean, if we want to try and confront this thing, I'm game for that. But we're gonna be resources are pretty low. Aside from Malshin.
I mean, to be honest, my resources are pretty low as well. I don't have any spell slots, no special abilities left. Only thing I can get back is hit points.
You still have hit dice left though?
Yeah, I still have all my hit dice. I didn't use up any like the when we short rested.
And if we have half of the I forget what they call it, sphere of spiral contrivance, right? So nobody else can get down there as long as we have 1/2. So we could, if we can try and get out, try and come back, try and get a rest and come back and recover the second half.
Wasn't like the issue that they were coming to raid it though, like the same day?
I thought soon, but I'll defer to Mara on that. Do we know when the Knights of the Pale are coming back to raid it again?
I don't remember giving you guys a time frame on that.
You might not have given us specifics. I know it was a soon type thing, but for some reason I was thinking it was like now or never type deal.
But if the real terror and the real bad stuff is down in the cellar, and we can't get into the cellar unless we have both halves, then
I feel like you guys are going off of the idea that the Knights of the Pale are coming, like, written in the journal. Is that what you mean?
No, for some reason I thought that we were that they were like raiding all these cult locations, and that's why we were like trying to do everything in a hurry.
Yeah, there was something about the Knights of the Pale. They had raided the place before, and they were going to raid. They were planning to raid it again, but I don't know if we had a specific time frame that we were told. I guess that was like real time. That was like months ago, a month and a third.
So realistically, we're like not going to be able, even if we got the second half and beat the demon right now, there's like no way we're going to be able to like beat through the next part.
Well, can we even? I mean, beat the demon now? I mean, if you're Jinx, if your hypnotic pattern hadn't worked, we would have been dead up there in that. Or really, even if only a couple of them had passed, we probably would have been dead.
I mean, here's the thing. This is one of those situations where if you guys move forward and you fight the next creature, it's one of the most epic battles that you'll probably ever play in D&D. But it's also got a high chance of shit going to hell because you have next to no resources. And that's always the difference of this exact moment is some of the coolest D&D that you might get to play, but it's also the most dangerous for your characters. So it shouldn't be looked at either way, like necessarily, because to tell you that this creature is crazy is to tell you not to have the best possible D&D experience there is. But to let you go forward and fight this creature as if it was nothing is to not tell you that this is one of the most dangerous things that you could do with your characters. You guys have been in this place for a solid like 5 or 6 hours of it being a horrific place. This should be kind of like going into um like the 13th ghost house where there are horrific murderous ghosts everywhere around you is kind of like the feeling of this place. So it should be a tough decision, and I think it's a good plan either way. But I don't think it's impossible. I just think it's dangerous and severely dangerous. If I recall, the Knights of the Pale coming here might certainly be a threat. There is certain reasons why you guys have been drawn here. You don't specifically have Neferndel, but she puts you onto that chest, and you guys came here for Neveran's All Key to open the chest. um you're kind of getting drawn into something bigger, and it just so happens that you kind of know some of the other details because of what you've done with Fawn. But I don't necessarily think you guys have a direct like date that you would expect the Knights of the Pale to come here, just that sort of this is back like high in collective consciousness.
Yeah, I feel like okay, we've dealt with much of the house, and now we know that there's something terrible waiting for us. It's almost like we need to take a take a day, prepare for it, and then come in guns blazing and try to finish this thing off once and for all. It's just my thought. But obviously, if you guys want to continue on, I'm game.
I think for Malshan, it's just like he doesn't want to like leave here before like getting rid of whatever's like messing with things here. Plus, he from the journal that was like in the cellar or like under the statue said they had like powerful weapons and items stored there. He doesn't want anyone else like getting a chance to take those as well.
Right. I mean, well, to that point, we do have, no one else is going to get down. Or at least we don't think anyone else can get down without, they need both halves, and we have one half. But
All right,
I
I've got an
think
idea, and this is by no means like the decider one way or the other, but I will gain no actual benefit from a short rest. So I will stand guard. You two rest, and we can do a song of rest, so you'll be even more beneficial. And then we can see how that goes. And if that goes okay, and you guys get back some hit points, maybe we, pool together our resources. We got a potion here or a scroll there, and try to take out this demon. But we just see how the short rest goes first, and then we can just build on top of it.
Sound good? Start with the short rest, see how it goes.
Yeah, I'm game for that.
Do you have a
have
preferential?
Dalton, do you have Song of Rest also?
I do not. But my
You
hit
should.
point maximum is.
No, you should have Song of Rest. That's just a bard ability. It's not even. I mean, you guys are also the same subclass.
Oh, okay, we are the same? Yeah, so you should have it then.
Oh yeah. I'm
It
looking.
just
I
adds
was.
on to burning hit dice in a short rest.
Yes, I do have it. I was looking. I was looking. It's not under my actions, but I was not looking under my features and traits.
And
So my
then,
question was, do you all have a preferential place that you would like to rest? And my bad, Jinx. What were you thinking?
oh, I was just thinking like here. But yeah, whatever the guys think. Um, is there like an actual benefit to like standing guard? Because I would actually gain back 2 bardic inspiration, I think.
Now a short rest. There's absolutely no reason.
Okay.
So we're resting here with the cobbled together monster or up above?
As much as I hate this thing, probably kept other things away, so it might be safe enough to try a short rest here.
So if that's the plan, you all can short rest here. There are no adverse effects during that hour, so you guys can burn your hit dice and heal yourselves. Mouchin and Dalton, you can add an extra d6 by playing the Song of Rest. All of you will hear, I think, come to me. And Jinx, you find an old book kind of like scattered under the bones in this tower, kind of like covered in refuse. Nothing much of terrible interest. It does seem to be a spell book, very similar to something that you might have seen Seraph with. And there is in particular a single spell that is circled about how to protect a house.
And just to confirm, those d6s from the Song of Rest, they stack?
No, just one. Once you burn any hit dice, that's all that matters for Song of Rest. It's just 1d6 extra. Or one, whatever the die is. I think it's a d6.
I gotcha. Okay. Yeah. So we'll use Jinx's because he rolled first.
Oh no, I didn't roll anything.
Oh, yeah, my bad. As far as you guys are concerned, I would say each of you. Ooh, that would be kind of weird. I usually just say each of you roll your own. But I guess on some level, Dalton, if you wanted to, you could play Song of Rest and roll the D6 for everybody. But normally, I just say roll your own, just like with the hit dice almost.
I got you. Okay. I
I
think I
guess on
rolled a
some level, because to me, odds work out that everybody would get higher than going for one person rolling for everybody and like hoping they roll a 6. Average dice always works out the more you have. So
okay. Okay.
So I think all of you have D8s for hit dice. Matcha might be D10s on a ranger.
Yeah.
But it's basically, as long as you're burning one of those other dice, you can also add a D6.
Okay. So I rolled a 5 on my D6. I rolled a D8 and a D6, and I got a 5 and
Yeah.
yeah.
And then, like, again, Malcha, I think, has D10. So he would get like a D10 and a D6, unless he wanted to burn more hit
I
dice.
got you.
But it just adds
Okay.
more of your normal hit dice.
I got you. Okay.
Yeah, I rolled the 4. I rolled my 4 d10s and a d6, so I got full health.
And what was the spell you said circled?
I don't think in particular it's meant to be an actual spell. It says a spell to protect the house. I'm not sure it's supposed to be like an actual cleric spell.
Oh, I
It's
got
meant
you.
to allude to this is Tonel's spell book.
Oh, maybe it's something to do with the journal mentioned about being able to keep people in and keep people out. It's beyond me, but something to do with that, maybe.
Could be. Certainly plausible.
Who uses spell books? Isn't that like a wizard thing? Clerics use them too?
Academic types.
Yeah, it's kind of just like a prayer book kind of thing. But also think about like the way people create new spells. In the long run, like it's just one of those things. Like a wizard needs their spell book to cast. Clerics call on their faith, but it doesn't mean that they don't like keep journals, kind of type of thing.
Very
Yeah, it says
interesting.
one can find circled a particular prayer for the protection of a house. It doesn't even say that it's like meant to be a spell. It's just meant to be there's a random book in this area underneath all the bones and something about this prayer as it being circled. But otherwise, like everything else, like it just doesn't stick out as any different.
I'm sure we could say those words 100 times and nothing would come of it.
It's interesting. Some sort of like enchantment. Maybe the one that's still active to this day.
Suppose it's possible. You should probably have to know the right intonation and speak in the right order, and it's all sorts of complicated.
I suppose I never really thought about it. I think the majority of my spells, at least, have some sort of concentration or limited component to them. But I suppose I've heard of spells that operate indefinitely until something triggers them or shuts them down.
Uh, Probably hold on to that book if we can find someone who can make heads or tails of it. But suppose we're here for that demon, right?
Sure, assuming we live through this, or he doesn't light us or it on fire, by all means.
And the ladder terminated up at this end of the tower, right? We can only go down from here.
You guys can only go up from here.
Oh, right. I got pushed. I got thrown down. That's right. Yeah. Yeah. With that, Dalton will move to again, kind of trying to hold his nose now. But he will, because he knows what's waiting up there. He will move to start climbing the ladder.
Gotcha. You find climbing incredibly difficult, as if there's a force pushing down on you. I need you to make an athletics check at disadvantage.
It's back. Can I warn the others as I'm potentially falling?
Oh yeah, 100%. Like the moment you kind of feel it as you're climbing, you 100% know exactly what's going on.
So that'd be a 12 with disadvantage.
Gotcha. So you guys basically watch as Dalton struggles to lift his arms, to lift his legs, and slowly climbs his way up the ladder. But you can also say whatever you would like here.
If it was asleep, it's back up. It's like trying to climb through molasses, antagonistic molasses.
Fuck. Well, nothing to it, and Martian is gonna start climbing as well.
Athletics disadvantage, please.
Natural 1 for a total of 6, I think. No, that would be a total of 5. Anyone need inspiration?
Oh yeah, you can definitely inspire if somebody needs it. I feel like somebody used theirs there.
I use mine, yeah.
Um, roll a dexterity saving throw to catch yourself. It throws you down. No, I'm sorry. As you start to climb up the ladder, there's a point where your muscles kind of give way, and the force that's pushing you down, as soon as you start to slip, you feel yourself thrown down. Take 4 bludgeoning damage as you fall to the ground.
Damn, well, yeah. Hostile molasses.
Nasty stuff. I told you. Whatever whatever's causing this, it seems to be got its hackles back up.
So we took a little rest, and now we see how it's going. Are we still doing this thing? I mean,
I'm not gonna give up just because someone's trying to push me down some stairs, so Marsh is gonna try again. A much better result of let's see, that's a total of 18.
Solid. So same idea. It's a struggle to climb the stairs. You feel something pushing down on you while you're trying to climb the ladder, but you make it up to the next level.
I'm not going to be able to come up there.
if one of us try to, I mean, no, it's a 10-foot at least ladder, but like if one of us try to essentially put our hand down and try to help Jinx up, would we feel like the pressure if when we reach down, like something like trying to push our hand down?
Yeah, this is back to like when you approach the hole where the ladder is, now that like you and Mouchin are up top of it, when you approach that hole, you can like feel something pushing you towards the open hole. That like effectively going near a place where you can fall, you're more likely to fall. Trying to climb, something's trying to make you fall. So that's kind of the feeling that you guys should be getting more and more of is there's like something consciously trying to make you fall. So getting somewhere that's a possibility is when you feel it. If you were like standing in the center of like the garden area, you don't feel anything. Approach a parapet, all of a sudden you feel something pushing you.
Gotcha. Yeah, so that makes Belton think even more that like that line in the journal, or only, when it sleeps, that's the only time we're free. He's thinking, this malevolent, whatever this malevolent force is, it seems to be awake again.
You know what that means, don't you? If we wanted to leave, our opportunity's gone now. We're here till the end. And I'm gonna activate the gloves, and I'm gonna try to like go up the wall and potentially like ceiling, whatever I have to do, uh, to hopefully not have the disadvantage and all that.
Gotcha. So roll the d20 for the gloves. Yeah. So as you like climb with them, you feel the pressure of this thing pushing down on you, but your climbing is still the same where like once the glove is attached, you're well attached to the wall. It takes a lot of effort to lift your hand to like detach yourself from the wall to get those little tiny little like hair fibers out of the stone to like remove the gravity effect almost. But the climbing is without a problem. It's just really difficult. You're in no danger though with the gloves. So in this room where the cobbled man originally was when you came in here, there is another ladder up to the level above you. It is also about 10 feet high. This room, like the floor is covered with the liquid of blood, feces, rotting flesh. There's bones. There's all kinds of crap like scattered over the ground of this place, and that's basically what was oozing through the porthole to the level below. But yeah, you guys can climb up the next ladder to the next height because there's no door in this room.
If possible, can I do this just in one like stretch?
Um, I think the problem for you, you can stay on the wall once you climb up here. The problem for you is you basically need one of them to open the hatch above you, because otherwise, at some point, you would probably deactivate the gloves by like trying to do something other than climbing.
Yeah, that sounds good. So I'll just hang tight on the wall for now then.
Who's going first?
I guess it's my turn to go first. You did open the hatch to this floor, Mountain. So let's see. That is a total of 11, if that's disadvantage still.
Yep, still disadvantaged. So yeah, as you start to climb up mountain, you're like getting closer and closer to the next level, struggling through the force, just pressing down upon you. And when you go to open the door, you're going to see like that horrific double-faced figure like reaching towards the porthole to like slam it down on your head before it just like puffs. And like there's just like kind of dust and you're like looking out into like an open door. There's like a long walkway that's still kind of getting some of the sun from like the setting sun here, but otherwise you are kind of like looking between this tower and the next, and kind of like the long kind of like uh pathway between them.
And then mine was an 8 to try to climb.
You're gonna fall. um So when you fall, same idea where like you are like fighting against the pressure and then you actively feel thrown to the ground when you fly, but you're going to take 6 bludgeoning damage as you hit the ground the level below.
Yeah, Dalton will let out a curse and
Didn't even think about it, but I should roll to see if it can aim you into the hole of the next level, but I won't be that bad right now.
yeah, Dalton will let out a curse and um he'll try again, I guess. Can I use my inspiration to make this a flat roll?
You certainly can, yes.
Ah, gonna fall again. That's an 8. Unless I can
This
use
time
acrobatics. That's athletics, though, right?
the climb is athletics, yeah.
Yeah, so that's an 8.
You get thrown again to the ground from a little bit closer, 2 damage this time.
Don't give in to it now, Dalton. You got this. And I'll give you a bardic inspiration.
All right, third time's the charm, and I'm going to try to climb again.
I don't know if most groups are assumed to not climb this much, but it's supposed to do a flat max damage every time you fall, and I'm pretty sure I killed you guys 3 times over if I did max damage here.
That sounds about right. Yeah.
Dude, I can only imagine because, like, for me, I have -2 strength. So, like, there's no way.
All right. That bardic inspiration helped. So that's a 17 with
Yeah,
disadvantage.
and the crazy thing is I don't know if you guys noticed, but I'm putting the DC at 10. Like, it's not supposed to be hard to climb this ladder. It's just difficult because you're getting like forced down against it. But whew, it's definitely it's something.
Oh, that'll teach us not to make strike the dump stat.
Yeah, it's definitely not nothing.
But I
Well, it
did make
does
it up
make it
for the
something
third
when
time.
all 3 of you have strength as the low stat. So
Yeah, I
you
mean
guys,
we can charm the hell out of anybody, but yeah, strength is not our forte.
All right, so now that we're 60, maybe 100 feet off the ground, you guys ready to fight the demon?
I
I
mean,
think you're
what could go wrong?
52 feet up now.
There's some way we can bargain with it. And Dalton will say that, like, not really thinking that's true, but almost like hopeful, but not really. And we've come this far.
Yeah, don't suppose that we're going to surprise him. Sure, he knows we're here and has been waiting on us. So that being said, is there any like pre buffs or anything we need to get ready for? Anybody gonna take any special potions or anything? Got any prayers? Thinking about finding Lothian?
Well, the demon's down, isn't it? We're just trying to find the that second piece of the key that'll actually let us get down there.
Oh no, I thought the demon was summoned to guard the key, the other half of the key.
Oh, right, right. One of them, right?
Yep.
The goat one.
Macwent talks about how Radana summoned the demon and she could feel it changing her own like telepathic powers.
So expected to play some mind games with you. Don't listen to its beckoning calls.
So this is the weird level of where like the different levels of towers is kind of hard to always explain here. But I think you guys finally have a full view of all of the towers of this building, as you basically have the tower that is like now the western tower, that you can see like is the left of this screen, the north left, the central tower, which you can see inside of, and you can see that there are stairs. I believe those are down to the level below. And then you can see the wooden or the square tower on top of the parapets across from where you are. But effectively, this is kind of I don't know, like a seven almost, kind of like a mirror of a seven. But yeah, you guys can kind of see all of that right now. Is everybody satisfied with your rest? Are you ready to push forward and try to investigate these next few rooms?
Yeah, I mean, options as good as it's gonna get. So
Yeah, I guess.
Just
Yeah.
to double. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, no, go ahead.
Just to double check from earlier. Um, Malchin, you took one of the pistols. Did you take a pistol also, Dalton, or no? Because when I was searching the rat, I found another pistol. I don't know if you guys need or have range weapons. Or if
Oh,
it may-
I thought you had taken the second one, but if you already
well,
have one,
yeah, I have one. I didn't have any ammo before, but if you wanted one now, I mean, it would make sense for each of us to have one if we're potentially going to use it. You know what I mean? Versus me having two of them, because I don't know that I'm going to spend 2 rounds shooting a pistol. Maybe I will. I don't know.
yeah, I forgot you were already carrying a pistol. So yeah, I would have taken the second one for now, and then yeah, because the one I had already found previously is not on me. So
All right, yeah. So I'll like hand it to you, and when I kind of like put it in your chest, I'm gonna say to you, "There's only one shot in here. All right, it's for the demon. So if shit hits the fan, go out shooting."
I'll make it count if I can.
I carved a tiny little cross in the tip of the bullet. So
Is that a yeah? Gotcha.
Mountain, I don't think I really have anything to give you. Do you want some caltrops?
no, I'm good. Thank you though.
I thought I had a scroll from something, but maybe not. All right, I'm ready. Let's do this thing. So I will start crossing the tarmac. I'm like staying in the middle of it and like moving slowly, expecting to be like pushed at any time.
Hold on one moment.
That was a From Dusk Till Dawn reference, right? The little crosses into the bullets.
Yeah, he like puts them on the tip of the stud.
Okay, just making sure. Yeah.
All right, so as you walk out of the actual like door and step onto this like cross section here, the bridge, you can see that the tower, like the northwestern tower, that's kind of straight ahead of you, like terminates at the level you're at. So it has like crenulations that there's like an open rooftop the level above you. And you can see that there's a stair from that that leads to the tower that is straight ahead of you. And then there is a smaller tower in kind of the same way as you guys just climbed up the smaller tower, that was like built on top of like the big tower, is here. You're like climbing up to that, but you can see like there's a stair that climbs up to this open kind of like section, and then another smaller tower that goes up from there and has like crenulations and an open top a level above that. As you step out onto the bridge and you see that area, you can see the goat-headed demon is inside of that second tower, and that present doesn't seem to notice you. But you can basically see like a side silhouette view of like it, almost like flexing its like back and chest as it like throws its arms out sideways, and like the little bit of the sun kind of like shines over its like black flesh and fur, and you can see that there's like a skeletal, like red, almost burnt black kind of bone head that seems to resemble a ghost, or not a ghost, a goat. And like it has its big long horns that kind of stick out, and one of them, like the one close to you, is like almost catching the sun, as it like kind of basically stands just about like whatever width as the room that it's in, like with its horns.
All right. We're cut out first, don't we? Del will kind of whisper that to the others, assuming he can see that, not just Jinx. Sorry.
Yeah, I'd say it's the kind of thing where like Jinx kind of like steps out and immediately stops as he like stares into that. You guys probably have like the like motherly hand like holding you back inside of that room right now.
Let's try to keep it down. Maybe we can get the jump on it. So I guess for this part right here where there's potential it could like notice us and turn around, I'm gonna try to do like a sneak across there. Be like sneaky about it.
Gotcha. I assume all of you are going to attempt to be stealthy. I believe the total I came up to before was a total of 16 for your plus to stealth.
Yeah, +6, +6, +4. I think. Yeah.
So as you all like cross this area, Jinx kind of like moving forward slowly, but kind of like bringing you guys behind, like making sure that you already know that you're quiet. All of you kind of have this first initial view where you can kind of like see this creature that seems to almost be looking in the opposite direction as of you guys, but seems to be kind of like relishing in like the last almost like rays of sun as it's kind of set, and the like golden orange turns into like the blood red of the last sun of the day. And you can see like if you look behind you, like the massive stretch of the spire itself is darkening out much of Tolus, and you guys could potentially imagine that if there's a window like out of this tower, it's like looking through one of these arrow slots, watching night fall over Tolus. But as you cross this path, Jinx is going to be the first person who sees as it turns and in a moment notices you, and it's going to leap down in front of you before you go to react. I want you to make a wisdom saving throw. And again, it's very low, but I just want it to be a wisdom saving throw to see if you react to this, because this is a hallucination. But do you know it yet? So I want you to do a wisdom saving throw. Excellent. You like hold yourself for a moment as you kind of notice you've got like that double vision, and you can still see the creature like looking away from you as this vision of the creature runs towards you and leaps down on top of you. And you hold yourself. Tell yourself that it's not there. And in the time it takes you to make that recognition, it disappears. The creature is still up in that tower above you guys, and is still not paying attention to you guys. But you're moving closer and closer to it. You can see on this level of the tower, there's an arrow slit that looks over the battlements to the east of you. There are stairs that lead down to the room on like the eastern side, where you would have fought, like, I think you're now 2 stories above where you fought that female with her skeletons. And then there is a door to the room that is north of you, where like generally you found like Macwin's journal. You're now 2 stories above that. But you guys theoretically, whoops, my bad, to reveal, you guys are inside of the next tower here.
Really crap my pants at that. That what we're going to confront? You'll see kind of a edge of, doubt creep into Dalton's voice. Or probably not the first edge, but
So we're going through the door, right?
You've got the door to the north of you, or stairs to the west of you.
Oh, so that the stairs that are on the east, you mean? Do they just go down like that little bit to the big platform right there, like the big patio?
No, my bad. They're going to the level below that. The way that revealed, it just revealed too much.
Oh, okay. So they kind of like go down 2 levels, basically, instead of just going to like the level we're at, or down one more level.
They go down 1 level, yeah. But I was trying to say you guys are 2 levels above where you fought that woman. So there's a level basically in between where you've been and where you are now that those stairs lead to.
So do we have an inclination which way gets us to the guy? Or is it still kind of just a mystery at this point?
If you were up above the room, like north and west of you, that's where the stairs are. Like the stairs are right above like this wall. So they kind of like go up to the platform that is effectively above you, where he is effectively at. If
Okay,
you
so
look up in here, there's a roof. This is about like a 12-foot tall area. So like there's not specifically a place for you to get to him from in this room. You only have seen those stairs.
He's if he's causing the that weird that force is keeping us down. Maybe we try and he'll Dalton will gesture to the door to the north. He's trying to force us down. Maybe he doesn't want us to go. He wants us to go down. Which means we should go the opposite.
all right, so I'll like slowly, quietly try to open the door then.
My bad, wrong time to take a bite. So as you open the door, you immediately have a dizzying feeling like flow over your body. And this isn't terribly surprising. You've had it from all kinds of different things, except for that this is like a vertigo feeling where like gravity feels off and like you no longer feel up and down. Your inner ears are like spinning, and it doesn't take you long to kind of overcome it and gain a sense of all of the writing in this room makes it feel off. And where the room you walked in before had these scrolling circles that you could at least make out the common was worshiping the rat god, this the writing that covers every inch of this place has a meaning, and you immediately feel some of that power as you feel that dizziness. But there's perfect like concentric like circles, there's squares. The writing in this place is prolific, it's purposeful. There's probably a few different writers of the script, but I would say, like, in general, you're immediately going to notice that all of it was taken with much more care. Um, and I would say, probably with this one, all of this is written in blood. You can see, like, the crimson, like, uh, dried. Oh, did I just hide it? Damn it. Dried blood that makes up this one. And then once you go deeper in the room, you'd actually see that ladder over there. But for now, you guys can effectively see the whole room. Oh, wait, is it still hidden?
No, I can see it. It's like all wood with the ruins and the ladder in the corner.
It's hidden on my box computer. I don't know if it's just like super lagged behind.
Yeah, because I can see the room.
The room to our north.
Yeah, can you see it right now?
I cannot. Let me refresh.
Yeah, I reloaded my bot and it can see it. So yeah, I don't know why it was glitched there.
Okay, I can see it now. Yep, after the refresh, I can see it.
So from here, there is no entrance or exit to this room. This room basically has the one way in, one way out. Once you spot the ladder, you might gain the idea with this place. It's had plenty of trapdoors. The ladder clearly leads to a trapdoor, but as far as you can tell here, the ladder is leaned up against the wall to nothing.
Right. I'll go have a look, closer look at it. If I sort of like look at the like circumference or whatever of the room, can I like see any indication that there is a door somewhere? Like trapdoor on the ceiling, I mean.
Oh, what I'm saying is it doesn't take you much effort to recognize that there's a door directly above the ladder.
Oh, okay.
It's
I thought you were saying like the ladder seemed like there's a door somewhere, but we had to figure it out. I got you.
yeah. My point is that like you guys have been through a few of these situations where they basically, if you come in the rooms in the right order, the like secret doors are clearly exposed.
I think I'm gonna use the gloves again. I mean, it feels like I'm kind of abusing it, but I would need one of y'all to open the hatch for me.
Well, if they work, they work. This Dalton will offer to. Actually, before he. Before he does, actually, Dalton is thinking he's going to pull out this potion from. I think the Davros originally found that gave it to him. So the Hill Giant potion that he got from. I forget where, and he's going to drink it, and thinking that will help him kind of force the door open for Jinx.
So I believe a potion of hill giant strength sets your strength
I
at
think
like 22 or 24.
I forget what Hill Giant is.
21. So you
All
have a
right, so that's a
plus
plus
5.
5.
But yeah, athletics at disadvantage, and then you got a plus 5.
Jesus Christ. That's an 8. Oh, wait. Athletics. Okay. A 9.
GC's still 10. You're gonna fall and be thrown to the ground, taking 4 bludgeoning.
Right? One more time. He's gonna try again.
Gotcha. As you like stand up, and like grab onto the ladder for the first time, or for like the next time here, when you grab onto the ladder, like the first moment when you look up, you see like as the like trap door is like thrown open, and you see like this goat-headed demon looking down at you, and it's just completely dark black skies above, and there's just like a slight glow of orange coming from its skull, and then it wisps out. But you can roll again. Disadvantage +5.
All right. That time it'll be a 21.
And Jinx, can you roll for your gloves?
It's 5.
And then I think it makes the most sense for Dalton to roll here, because I'm pretty sure this is going to throw you guys into initiative.
Oh, shouldn't Malshin also try to climb the stairs?
Oh no, as soon as they throw open the door.
Oh, that's okay.
This house is haunted, and the demon normally simply notices you when you go to certain places. You guys are right outside of its nest.
I just picture the scene from Star Wars. I've been waiting for you, Obi-Wan.
I tell you, he did. If it is an initiative roll, that's an 11 for me, or for us. I want to see the Colonel. I tell you, he did.
Alrighty, so Malchin is at the bottom of the ladder, having watched as Dalton throws it open, and Jinx is effectively right behind Dalton. So as far as things go, like those two have made the climb. Malchin is your wild card, how that kind of played out here. The creature is going to be effectively ready, and I rolled below you guys. So you basically are like throwing that open as you like climb through. And I'd say Jinx kind of following right behind you as you basically hear the creature kind of just like roar, and you hear like this lion like roar coming out of this goat creature, and then you're just going to hear as like the language is at first like horrific and like makes your ears want to bleed. You bards might even think of it as like some of the worst music that you've ever heard, like an absolute kind of like cacophony of a language, before there's like the slightest little like pause, and it just says, "Your coming is as to your destruction, for the night of dissolution is here, and you and I Bring it forth. And you see as the creature like steps out on that little bit of the parapet. What would you guys like to do? So you know what? We played about an hour and a half over. I think this is a perfect place to quit. Unless you guys specifically want to end it here and find out whether you survive or not. For those of you listening to recap, to those of you who enjoy our play, I would always be remiss to forget to thank you. It is my pleasure, as well as our gamers, to share our experience with those of you who take the time to listen for those recaps, or who enjoy listening to our tabletop role-playing sessions. Have a wonderful week. Thank you, and be well.